Where's my stream? There it is. No gamers in here just yet. Set some goals for, like, you know, if some random Dubai oil prince decides to show up and give me $2 billion. Yo, Freddy! Hold on, I'm, still setting up. I have to do a little bit of advertisement. Just gotta go to my Twitter and Insta and say I'm live. Hollow Knight lore stream. No, Steel Soul. Okay, that's that. I just need to make a story on my Instagram. Close to beating Pantheon. Yo! Just a little bit more setup. This is the right account, right? I think. No, it's not. There we go. Wait, no. Alright, whatever. We're set up enough. Abs red attempts, so close to beating Pantheon 5. We gotta do it with SS coming, before the SS come out. The only bosses that give me troubles are Sly, Abs red. Yeah, especially for, Sly's final desperation phase. And then Absolute Radiance is just, that is self-explanatory. Arguably one of the hardest, definitely one of the hardest indie bosses ever designed. Period. Sorry, I just got really close to the mic there. There's very few bosses in that regard I think could beat, and across gaming, honestly. There's very few bosses I think could stack up against her. I could defeat Pure Vessel and Nightmare King Grim with no ease after hours of, I guess, with no ease after hours of practice, but Sly is just annoying. And Azrad is unfair as hell with ease, alright. Yeah, she could be a bit of a, not nowhere near as bad as Markov, but she can be a tiny bit RNG heavy. So her fight becomes literally just a DPS race. You have to try and kill her faster than she has a chance to even begin, not just trying to kill you, but attacking you. Which is why when you look at like a lot of top players for speedruns or just challenge runs, they make a build, they plan their entire build not just around like Pantheon 5, but around Absolute Radiance. And that's why a lot of them, the second she spawns, they jump up and like do a bunch of pogo slashes and just jump slashes and stuff to get her health down as much as possible before she starts teleporting. But here we are in Nest of Hollow. My build for Azrael is strength, Strength, quick, shamans, and yeah, that is not just even a good build for Absolute Radiance, but just for the Pantheon in of itself. That is a genuinely, like, I know a lot of speedrunners would recommend it. Look here, we're on Dirtmouth. I'll be honest, I did some grinding. Because, this is what I do for all my playthroughs, but especially for Steel Soul playthroughs. I grind up to at least 8,000 Geo, and I'll quickly show how I do that. So there's this spot right outside of, the Stag Station that you can go. And what you want to end up doing is, going out here. First, you have to save at this bench. Ow. Oh, I forgot. Hold on. There's one last bit of, like, little setup I have to do. Or advertisement, whatever. Since I'm more of a nail player, I literally cannot play the game without Steady Body and Mark of Pride. For the sake of my life, this is not my main build for the Pantheon, only Pure Vessel and Absolute Radiance. Yeah, I'll be honest, that would make it a bit tougher. Alright, back to what I was saying, the route. It takes 14 hits to kill this guy. I'm at 7. 9. Now I have to be careful, but he dies there anyway. You collect all these, you have to make sure you see 47 under the count, and then you save and quit, and puts you back at the bench, and then you just keep doing that. And that's how I got 8,000 Geo. Before ever leaving... That's the wrong file. Before ever leaving, Forgotten Crossroads. First phase is easy, but second and third are hell, yeah. That's a genuinely apt description for Absolute Radiance, for a lot of reasons. Alright, now we bench again. Do you have anything new to say, Elderbug? Oh, what a turn. Our shopkeep's come home. Just wandered back in. I'd hoped for grand tales of his time below, but he seemed to remember almost nothing. Maybe it was all too much for him. If you're interested in his wares, watch out. He drives a hard bargain, that one. No competition? That's the problem. It's bad for the market. Not that he's complaining. Yeah, so, the last stream we did a lot. We got the quill and the map and stuff. I did all this off camera, like right before the stream. And we got 2 mash shards, both of which basically through skips. I killed Brooding Malark already, and I got the one in I guess I got the mash shard that's like on that bottom part, a little bit, no, I know how to describe it. So, you know the elevator room? In that one area where that one mash shard is? Yeah, I got that one through a skip using a Vengefly. And then Sly has the other one, and I have to go back to talk to Grubfather to get the other one. The goal of the Steel Soul run is to prepare for Silksong or some kind of reminiscing nostalgia playthrough. All the above. The last time I generally sat down and had like a more casual playthrough / lore run of Hollow Knight has been bare minimum 2 years. at the longest, but that's more of an exaggeration, probably a year. But for some reason, something keeps telling me 2 years. Every other time I played Hollow Knight has been something challenge related or like parry related or something like that. So for the purpose of this playthrough, obviously it's in preparation for Silksong, but also as a lore run to understand the story of this game and like the mysteries, if you will. So one thing we're going to be doing is reading all the NPC dialogue, and I'll be doing my best to voice them as best I can, as well as reading all the item descriptions for everything. So every time we get like a new item description or anything like that, or lore tablet, we're going to be reading it. But yeah, it's going to be a Steel Soul 112% true lore run. And the true lore run part, what I'm going to be doing is at a certain point I'm going to make a separate save. Not on Steel Soul, just for the sake of, you know, not suffering. But the second playthrough is going to be going back and getting certain, like, lines of dialogue that you can only get once per playthrough, or doing certain things that's once per playthrough. Like, for this file, I would have to figure out, like, who lives, for example. So, Cloth and, characters like Cloth, Zote. And then the next playthrough, I'll do the opposite of where I did this playthrough. As well as, because... for the Grim Troop DLC, you can only get one of the DLC charms per playthrough. So it's either Grimchild or Carefree Melody. So if I wanted this to be a true lore run, I would have to do two playthroughs bare minimum. So in reality, it'd be more like a 224% run if you counted both 112% combined. I should actually make a pinned comment about that, but I have to figure out how to word it. Here we have Sly.
Ah, hello. I knew we'd be...
Sorry. I might have to read ahead, just to get everything in my head first, and then I'll voice it, just to make it easier.
Ah, hello again. I knew we'd meet again. How do you like my cozy little store? I've made myself pretty comfortable here, selling old trinkets to travelers like yourself. If you're planning a trip below, I have several items that may improve your chances of survival.
So we're also going to be reading all the item store descriptions, because they're missable lines of dialogue once you buy them. It is not like you can reread them. So, Mass Shard.
This old thing? Merely a fragment of something larger. Still, maybe you can make some use of it.
Actual chump change for me. And that is the third Mass Shard. We can get 2 more from Grufffather and then buying this one.
I found another of these. If you look closely, there's some nice engraving work on them. I suspect I undercharged last time, and this is the only one left. It's going to cost you.
Or gonna cost you. And look at that, before we ever left Forgotten Crossroads, I have 6 Mass Shards. Or masks. And I am about to get another Mass Shard. Vessel Fragment.
A piece of a soul vessel, if you know, those ghastly looking orb things.
Or... you know, sorry. One thing about this game's font, I notice, for a lot of people, it makes it very hard to read, let alone also voice act on top of that. I might have to get up and... because I hear one of my dogs barking. But...
I don't really like the aura about it, but it's quite rare, so I'll have to charge you a high price.
I'll buy it at a high price. 1 soul vessel, 2. A simple key.
Simply a simple key. It will fit a variety of locks, which is useful if you like to poke around in places you don't belong.
Yes, we're going to buy this as well. Gathering Swarm. 1 charm, cost notch, whatever.
Do you find yourself leaving a lot of geo behind as you hurry through the caverns? This charm will make sure that any loose change finds its way back to you.
Starwood Shell.
Life in hollowness can be tough. Always taking hits and getting knocked around. This charm grants you more time to recover after taking damage. Useful if you need to escape from a tight spot.
Yes. Give me all the items. Is my chat dead? Hold on, let me refresh it. I don't know if it is or not. Lumifly Lantern. I just realized I got way more Geo than I think I needed. I just assumed I would need like 8,000 at the highest.
What's more important, light to guide your way, or a friend who will stay by your side? Why not both? Take this bright little fellow as your companion, and he'll light your way through the thickest darkness.
Rancid.
I found this under the counter. Some creature must have laid it here while I was stuck in the ruins. I suppose you could buy it? I would not miss the sour odor.
These will actually unironically be very important for this playthrough because Gigi changes to Steel Soul Gigi.
Still looking for something to buy? If your Geo's weighing you down? Unfortunately, you seem to have cleared out everything I'd be willing to part with. Nothing left at all. I think there might be a few old trinkets down in my storeroom, but I lost the key a while ago. So, no more business between us, I'm afraid. For now, at least. Get out of here, let me spend some quality time with all the Geo you've gifted me.
And I think, he just says the same thing.
I see they've opened the mapping shop across the way. I suppose a little competition is healthy. Perhaps I should start selling maps as well. Was that a little too aggressive? All's fair in a world made of Geo. Pockets feeling empty? If you need some more Geo, take a trip into the ruins below us and hunt around. Just take care not to fall into a haze. I won't be coming down to rescue you.
And that is all the dialogue for Sly. Now we just have a bunch of reading to do for all the items we just got. First one is Gathering Swarm. A swarm will follow the bearer and gather up any loose Geo, useful for those who cannot bear to leave anything behind, no matter how insignificant. We got Starwood Shell. Starwood Shell. Builds resistance. Yeah. God damn. Builds resistance to the braver. Wrong compass. Jesus. Builds resistance. When recovering from damage, the bearer will remain invulnerable for longer. Makes it easier to escape from dangerous situations. And we got a Lumify Lantern. Vessel Fragment. Fragment of a white vessel made to contain soul. Collect 2 more to form a full vessel, allowing you to carry more soul. Crystal Lantern containing a Lumify brightens dark caverns so wanderers can find their way. Cheaply manufactured from a common design, can be used to open a range of simple locks. Flimsily made, it breaks after a single use. Rancid egg. Fatty, rancid egg of an unknown creature emits a powerful stench of decay. Generally not considered edible. And that is everything, I believe. At least for Sly Shop. Now we just go to Zelda and buy everything out there. She said the line. These pens will mark benches and other rest spots on your map. Useful if you're exhausted and just need to find somewhere to sit. Yes, we'll buy this, especially for this playthrough. Cocoon pin. Have you seen those beautiful blue cocoons? I've made these pins so you can keep track of them. Cocoons are pretty, but very delicate. Please be careful around them. Who's gonna tell her? Vendor pins. Use these pins to mark shopkeeps or any other interesting bugs you find on your travels. Every so often you should pass by and see how they're every so often you should pass by and see how they're doing. I'm sure they like that. Stagway. These pins will mark any stag stations you visit. They must have been very no, I said it right. They must have been very lively places when the stags were still traveling through them. Well, there's still one left, so. Hot Springs pin. I designed these pins to keep track of the kingdom's hot springs. I haven't visited any myself. I wonder if Cornifer might take me sometime. I'm sure you'd make better use of these pins than Jesus. I'm sure you'll make better use of these pins till then. I would do a voice for Zelda, but I just, unless it's a very specific type of female voice, I simply cannot. Scarab marker. These markers are new additions to the shop. You can use them to mark interesting spots on your map. The color's quite soothing, don't you think? These markers are new additions to the shop. You can use them to mark interesting spots on your map. Hold on. You could use this color to remind you of hard-won battles. And with that, we bought out all the shops in Dirtmouth before ever leaving Forgotten Crossroads.
Bapanada.
After more supplies, you've already bought so much. Unfortunately for now, you cleaned us out of everything worth selling. Cordifer will no doubtably be pleased, though I do wonder what he plans to spend all the geo on.
Bapanada.
Okay, that's everything. You have anything else to say?
Opum Sanjo.
Nope. And we are loaded, set and loaded for the rest of this playthrough, for the most part. Now that I have Giovanni, where did you get the money? So every Steel Soul playthrough especially, but every playthrough I play. Hi Giovanni. New viewer. Every playthrough of this game I've done for like the past few playthroughs I have done, and especially for Steel Soul, just to increase survivability, which is how I have 6 masks. There's a grinding spot in Forgotten Crossroads that you can get a lot of geo very quickly. In just 3 hours, I was able to grind up 8,000 geo. And I used it all to buy out both shops. But first off, you start by killing these two, which gives you 5 geo, and I have Gathering Swarm, so I no longer have to worry about that. By the way, welcome back, E. I'm glad to see we have returning viewers. And then you just fight this guy. It takes 14 hits to kill him. But once you kill him, what you do is you just save, quit, and exit. And I did not do it because I forgot, but you sit at the bench at the stag station, and then it spawns you back at the bench once you quit out and save, or save and quit out, and then you just continue that route. And like I said, in just like 3 hours at most, I was able to grind up 8,000 geo to get full mask, vessel fragment. I bought out both shops at a Lumifly Lantern, so because of that, we also sequence break. We can now go into Crystal Peaks very early, way earlier than we were intended to. We're also going to go down to Grubfather to get that extra vessel fragment, or no, mass shard, sorry. But all that grinding I did off stream, like when the stream went down the other day to now. It did take that long, but yeah, I just did it off stream. Literally the meme of YouTubers, like, so I did a little off-stream grinding, and then they just show up with a full inventory of everything. They're bloody, stinking rich, way more than they should be, for whatever state of the game they're at. There's a mass shard, because we also sequence broke, one grub that we shouldn't have been able to. But this is what our inventory looks like. Off-camera mining, yeah, exactly. So guys, I did a little off-camera mining, and I just got, just a little bit of, like, a small stack of 45 stacks of, 64 diamonds is fine. Just a little bit of off-camera mining, nothing major. We can also use this simple key I got. I was considering saving it because once we get to, where is it called? A bit of change. Once we get to City of Tears, we'll be able to get into Royal Waterways immediately. But then I remembered I despise that place, so instead we're going to use it here to enter Gigi's place to get another shop. Steel Soul Gigi this time, or Genie. Yeah, it's Jin in this version. Steel Soul Jin.
Is it here, waking Jin? Observed, small, dull, no soul, long shadow. It is blank, but brave. Does it bring offerings? Jin has only many small, shiny things, useless to Jin, but will trade for willing gifts. Would it offer gifts so wonderful to Jin?
Offer rancid egg.
Gift is horrible gift, disgusting. But Jin knows one who appreciate friend of Jin, eats nasties, loves nasties, shall accept gift, shall provide. Shinies for tiny it. Good to give shinies, less burden for Jin.
And that is 400 geo.
Another, does it offer gift to Jin? A problem. It does not bring the gift Jin wants. No trade can occur, none. Will it seek out the gift Jin wants? The horrible, round, disgusting gift? Will it return? Jin will be waiting.
There's Jin. And from here we're going to go straight to Crystal Peaks. I believe. Yes. Funnily enough, at this stage, we literally cannot do anything in Crystal Peaks. Unless I did some obscene glitches. But most of which, for this version of the game specifically, I do not think work. I wonder where Freddy went. And for anyone wondering who that might be, that was another viewer of the stream. Well, not long time, but they've been here for, like, a while now, watching most of the streams I've done. Almost there. Oh, wrong entrance, sorry. But I guess this is a good opportunity to see if, Oh, Barry... No. Nothing new. But I think the second I enter Crystal Peaks, I probably have to go straight out and come specifically to here. Because I do believe her dialogue changes, even if by a little bit. So we go down here. What?! I forgot to... Apparently, all that grinding I did, I never hit the thing. Ow. 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 Not much to say, and just literally the walk to where I need to be. Of course. I see why speedrunners hate trying to go down there fast. You're still here? He has nothing new to say. Brother, I just made you both rich. You're set for the rest of your life here in Hollow Nest. Yeah, just to show, he doesn't know it yet. Yeah, that I used the Vench Fly, the one Vench Fly in this room. If you're good enough, you can lure it all the way over here. And you can use it to pogo up and then get that mass shard super mega early. But I think you were there for that part. But I don't know how many new viewers are here, or how many viewers were not there for the last stream. We're almost there. Just having to loop all the way back around. I can wait. And that is why Gathering Swarm is useful. I just genuinely don't understand how I managed to miss hitting this. I swear that might have been the last playthrough I did, because I did die. Hello there, Mr. Chickeny Foot Nugget. That is definitely the name of all time. I'm going to open this stag signal thing. And now we're in Crystal Peaks before ever leaving Forgotten Crossroads, because that is normal. You were too locked in. Getting money, true. And we're about to get a whole lot more, because we're not supposed to be here this early. And there's already a lot of Geo Rocks. What is the current... I just remember, what is the currency in Farloom called? And here we are, Crystal Peaks. Or Peak, Crystal Peak. Still. I actually do not remember which direction to go. I think this way. Yeah, we just grab a few Geo Rocks. Kill some of the crystal crawlers. Ow. Didn't watch any trailers, so I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, what I'm talking about is, what they might call the new currency for, Farloom and Silksong. Because it's called Geo here, but I also know it has a different name in Silksong for the currency over there. Obviously, different kingdom. That's everything in this area. All the enemies killed and all that. Yeah, there is a Geo Rock here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now I have to be careful. These guys. They're probably called small round red things, true. That's probably exactly what they're called, matter of fact. But cannot go up further past that point. There is a bench here. We are not going to take it. Just so that way I can warp out quickly. Is there anything over here? Yeah, there's a... I don't remember if we can get to Cornifer from here. This annoying thing. At least these things drop a lot of geo. We cannot go up there, so that's the end of the road. 1, 2... Another Rancid Ed for Jin. It'd be dark in here. Let's hit that so I can go up here faster. So... kill this thing, or at least start to. I do know you can hit them back. It's just hard. Great. I hear a grub already. Jesus. Least annoying Crystal Peaks enemy. It is like a very visually stunning area, it's just so annoying, some of the enemies to deal with. And then the placement of them too, like, what is this? Actually, horrid. Thing got me down to 2 masks just because of the area we were fighting in. And there is another one, great. And a crystal crawler. I am not taking the chance, I'm just going to go to an area I know is somewhat safe. Somewhat. Jesus Christ. They give me more trouble than Vengeflies. Yeah, but at a certain point I think that is the point, because a Vengefly is just still a Vengefly at the end of the day. Jesus. All this trouble, I honestly don't even remember what's down here. Yeah, so we can go straight into resting grounds immediately from there. Apparently you guys respawn, I do not remember that. I swear if I see those, I don't even, what are they called again? Crystal flies or something like that? Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Jesus. And there is another one down there. In a horrible spot. What is this? Oh my god. Oh, I know where we are. Thank God. I was about to say, I hope this does not soft lock me from going other places. Alright, we went through there. I'm trying to remember where this is. Outside of the resting grounds, we explored everything meaningful here. Nice iframes. So now we're just going to go back and check on Mila. Or fall straight off the thing, sorry. I meant Primal Aspids. For me, I will not go that far. I think Primal Aspids can be worse. But they are definitely infuriating to deal with. Jesus, you guys are tough. And that was our little foray into Crystal Peaks. Stupid early. And that is not the only bit of sequence breaking we can do there. Now what? Trying to remember where all we can go. Well, for one, we have to check on Mila, because I hope I did not go too far and make her start losing her mind. Because that would miss some dialogue. She's still fine. I think this should trigger the new dialogue, though, because we went into Crystal Peaks. I'll bury the night with a broken... Okay, I'm not sure what it triggers then. I just do not want to trigger it too late, where she starts to slip. But outside of that, the only other place we can go right now is, to fight False Knight. I do need some soul, though, because I will be going in not full health. Is there anywhere else, like, mega early we can go? Well, no. I was about to say there's one place, but I need dash for that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm sorry. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. This area was also opened up by that guy while I was fighting him. So if I had Vengeful Spirit and a dash, I could theoretically do a very precise dash, Vengeful Spirit pogo cancel tech to get through there and then get Glowing Womb early. But that's something I've never done. So I'm not sure if I will do it. I might just get Crystal Dash, because I know how to get it early as well. I could have even, if I really wanted to go, like, overboard, I could have even gone straight into Resting Grounds. Like, immediately. All of that just for Glowing Womb, yeah. That's why I'm not sure if I'll even bother doing it. Because it would be cool, and I know it's possible, but I'm not sure if it's worth it at the end of the day. Okay, I missed time to jump. I thought I was going to do it earlier. First dagger. How did I miss? Guess how many times I fought this boss. And just for fun, I'm going to break this. The floor breaks and he goes on there. I do not remember what all is in here. I'm not going to jump down. Apparently you can. Wait, is there like something I could pogo off of? Because I think this. God damn it. I think I'll have to fight him again. I don't know if he stays there, actually, now that I think about it. Because that is quite a permanent thing. It probably resets. I forgot to bench. Forgot to do a lot of things. Map updated. Oh yeah, all that. That's just Geo in the chest. Yeah, I know, but I want to have as much money as possible. Sooner rather than later. For, whatever shops and stuff that are in Green Path. I know there's not a lot to buy in Green Path. Like a map. And one other thing like this. like 2 toll stations, I think. But definitely for what's his name? I actually forget. It's like Leg Eater. That was it. So I can get all of his charms early, especially Fragile Charm of Greed, I think it is, right? The Geo one? I'm not wasting my time killing you guys. Yeah, I had a feeling. At least now I know. Do not jump down there. This is open though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I was hoping I could get the second one. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, I'm getting reckless. Whee! Ooh, wait. If I got Dreamnail early, I could get Dreamnail dialogue right now. I'm actually going to do that. I just thought about that. That's what I did for my last run, I think. I got Dreamnail mega early to get as much Dreamnail dialogue. Because a lot of the Dreamnail dialogue for certain bosses is actually missable too. So I'm going to do that and hope Milo is okay. Once we get back to Crystal Peaks. Or Crystal Peak. I'm glad I actually thought about that. We just need to quickly run through this part again. Get Dreamnail, talk to Seer, get the stag back, and all that. Now that I think about it, I don't know if, how, I guess, common, if you will, what I'm doing is. I do not know how many people go out of their way to do it. Or how many people know stuff like this is even possible this early in the game. Damn, couldn't jump in time. We still have the bench at Dirtmouth, so I can warp back whenever I want. Well, actually I can't because... oh wait, wrong way. Because I think it hard saves once you get Dreamnail. One, two... that was meant to be a pogo. It's up here, right, that I went? Oh, that's a problem. Oh god, that's a oh. This is why these things suck. That, what you just saw there, that's why they suck. That thing predicted where I was going and shot ahead of me. That was close. Whee! Oh wait, I forgot. We have to go back now. I forgot about that ledge. Cursed are those who turn against the king. there be only silence in these parts. A mechanism with a slot for some kind of pass. Look at this. Resting grounds this early. Perish the thought. It is not as if speedrunners do this quite frequently. I wish I had Dash Master, but we cannot get it because we do not have the key, and to get the key we need Mantis Claw and Dash. I never noticed how quiet it was here. To protect the vessel, the dreamers lay sleeping. Monomon, the teacher, in her archives, surrounded by fog and mist. Lurian, the watcher, in his spire, looking over the city. Hera, the beast, in her den, amidst the deep darkness beyond the kingdom. Through their devotion, hollowness lasts eternal. Dreamer locations added to the map. Go no further, little shadow. Actually, who would be I don't even remember the order of which dreamer is speaking, so I cannot even voice them properly or how I think they would sound. What compels it to climb out of the darkness? What compels it to return to this sacred kingdom? A call from beyond the seal? By the vessel? Or by the captive light? Would it seek, would the seals break? They cannot be undone. The vessel weakens, that plague springs anew, but they must be undone, or they must be undone. Yet still our seals remain, our duty holds, it must be cast away, our duty holds, it shall be done. I wonder what the dialogue is going to be once we fight Hornet now, because I do not remember, honestly. And we also have new dialogue for Hornet too. Fade away, little shadow, fade away, and let us sleep in peace. Yeah, keep us to our eternal coma. I think navigating this is going to be a tiny bit rough because, no dash. But I know it is possible. Here we have this moth. Sorry, I'm just trying to make sure I do not fall. I know I cannot die here, but still. What a terrible fate they've visited upon you. Take your time. To cast you away into this space between body and soul. Will you accept their judgment and fade away slowly? Or will you take the weapon before you and cut your way out of this sad, forgotten dream? Mega early dream nail. Taken the dream nail. Hold triangle to charge and slash with the dream nail. Cut through the veil between dreams and waking.
Ah, you've returned. Welcome back to the waking world.
Waking world? Bloodborne? Anyway.
Those figures, those dreamers, they reached out with what little power they still have and dragged you into that hidden place. Do you think we'll see shaman snails? That is a good question. I'm actually not sure. I would not be surprised if we see them in Farloom. It's just how they would go about implementing them, because they at a certain point they would have to have more of a presence than they had in Hollow Knight.
We find technically 4 snail shamans, but 3 of them are dead. Well, one of them is technically alive, but when you break the crystal they're in Crystal Peaks, it kills them. No, there is 5. But can Hornet cast Soul? Yeah, I believe so. To some measure. I know her whole gimmick's primarily with, like, Thread, but I do know she has some measure of, like, magic affinity, and by extension that means she has some level of soul control. Isn't she? Yeah, she's a higher being. The daughter of the Pale King. So...
But that talisman you now wield, the Dream Nail, it can cut through the veil that separates the waking world from our dreams. Even the dreamers themselves cannot hide from such a weapon. Though I must admit that sacred blade has dulled over time. Together, perhaps, we can restore its power. You only have to bring me essence. Essence, the precious fragments of light that dreams are made of. Collect it wherever you find it, and bring it to me. Once you have enough, we can work wonders together. Go into the world, wielder. Hunt down the essence that lingers here. Collect 100 essence and return to me. I will teach you more. You are still unpracticed in the way of dreams. Collect 100 essence with the Dream Nail. Visit me again and I will share what little wisdom I have. Essence can be found wherever dreams take root. Have you seen them? Those whispering plants that grow all over this old kingdom? I believe there is one outside. Why not strike it with your Dream Nail and see what happens? And I think that is everything you have to say, right? Yes. The only thing left would be this. What are you doing poking around in a dusty old mine like mine? Nothing is Nothing is... Can you please be more silent so I can read the dialogue? Brother, please. Nothing of worth is hidden inside, believe me. But keep prodding the world around you with your Dream Nail. Hidden things will reveal themselves. Here we are in Resting Grounds, and one of my favorite OSTs in the game. Let's quickly go in here. I will have to redo the thing, but... Dream Shield. Another char mega early. Dream Shield costs 3 charms. Defensive charm once wielded by a tribe that could shape dreams. Conjures a shield that allows the bearer allows the bearer. Jesus, no. Jesus. Forgive me. I'm having a hard time reading this font. Conjures a shield that follows the bearer and attempts to protect them. Yeah, attempts. Did I get anything else? Oh yeah, we can see the dreamers on the map now and stuff. Obviously this. Dream Nail allows the wielder to cut through the veil between dreams and waking. Can be used to reveal hidden dreams or open gateways. The Dream Nail can collect essence, remnants of wishes and dreams. So we have a pretty stacked inventory for this point in the game. And that's why I love Metroidvanias, because if you are good enough at the game, if you know enough, you can sequence break like that. Like, genuinely, we have no business having as full of an inventory as we have at this point. There's a soul totem, I should probably hit that, actually. Because I do have 3 masks. Fortunately, we cannot go down here. No, what's it called? Desolate Dive. Nothing on that side. We're going to walk up here
hit this. Dead remembered. Patient, right? No. Poignant moth, sorry. Dreams revealed. I do not know what that means. I'll be honest. I have no idea what the lore implication is.
Ah, Wilder, you've returned. Let me have a look at the dream nail. You are still unpracticed. Oh.
You should search carefully near graves and other monuments.
Why, I believe I saw an interesting gravestone here in the resting grounds. If you decide to disturb those dreams, then be prepared for a fight.
Yeah, but the gate does not open until we have 100 essence. I forget what her name was, but it's one of the few moth. What's it called? Sorry I missed you. If you are feeling lost, why not pop up to our store in Dirtmouth and purchase a map of this area. Available now for an excellent price. Conifer. So, Conifer was here.
The resting grounds. Passengers would come here to conduct rituals for those who passed on. Not anymore, though. Perhaps the dead conduct their own rituals now.
I think that is all. Yep, eager to travel stagways. Not quite, Actually, no, we should. We should go back to Dirtmouth immediately. Because I'm trying to think of what all I have to do and what all I am missing now. Especially since we have the dream now, we have a lot like available to us. Faring well in your adventures below. Well, I had an adventure of my own while you were gone. I don't usually visit the town's graveyard, but I thought I'd go and visit the grave of an old friend. As I was walking amongst the tombstones, I noticed a strange kind of chanting coming from somewhere nearby. Extremely sinister chanting. I looked around and found the source, and I saw two bright, horrible, huge eyes staring at me from the door of a dark cave. I pretended I hadn't heard the voices or seen the eyes, and scurried back to the town. My friend will have to wait a little longer for her visit. We're going to have to do a lot of reading, unfortunately. Now. To descend into that ruin, why? Things are much simpler up here. Nothing in the shops yet. Because I do not have the key.
Wherever you are, whatever it is you are doing now, I hope you three are looking after yourselves.
And next time we see Conifer, we also have to dream nail him. Bapanada. Resting grounds map. Wait! I forgot at the... Good thing PlayStation lets you save footage. A map of the resting grounds, a sacred place not far from the crossroads. Conifer told me he found the area serene and calming, but it sounds like it sounds a bit spooky to me. No thanks. Okay. Sorry. Conifer has been telling me about these strange whispering roots he's been seeing. I made some pins so you can record their locations yourself. Whispering roots. Warrior's Grave Pin. Sorry, I was looking at the chat. Conifer told me he found some interesting looking graves and shrines in the depths. You can use those pins to mark down any interesting graves on your map and pay and go pay your respects. Yeah, we definitely will be doing that, paying our respects. Definitely, right, chat? I'm glad I put down my weapon. This quiet life with Corny makes me a lot happier. It'd be nice to stretch my legs again, though, sometime soon. So she's a warrior. That's actually very interesting.
Sanjo.
I did not know that. She hides it well because I see no weapons whatsoever. But then again, I'm not sure how long it's been since she took up the nail. I'm trying to think of if there's anywhere else Dream Nail wise we have to go. Because obviously there's False Night. And back I was trying to defeat Absrad. Ah, that, yeah, would be silent too. I mean, yeah. So what all you missed? We got Dream Nail. Yes, this early. We went through Crystal Peaks. Isn't she a mantis? I do not believe so. I think she's more like a mosquito if you look at her. Because the mantis have very distinct looks, and they also have those horns for the most part. A lot of the, I guess, more adept ones we meet. We got Dream Shield. We got the Resting Grounds map. Yeah, consider Sly as a fly. True. Yeah. Let's listen to this guy. Another. Oh yeah, it's a girl, isn't it? Because I think this was the Gravekeeper that not Menderbug, Elderbug was talking about. It would be more plausible to think Iselda is a closer species to moth or mosquito or even fly. Which one? Another wielding a nail. I suppose you'll be leaving many corpses in your wake. This is one of the Kickstarter characters, by the way. If you won't spare thought for the dead, at least consider all the extra work you force upon those of my profession. Do as you will, little wanderer. Cut a path forward. Cut a path towards your goal. I shouldn't complain. It's your kind that keeps folks like me in business. I think that's everything you have to say. Now I'm going to kill him now. I'm not going to do that. That is everything in quotation. I have to check on Mila. I hope she's still okay. Because I have no idea how far in advance the stages are for her. I know once you get Crystal Heart, it corrupts her. And she loses her mind to the plague. Do you believe the actions of the Pale King were reasonable? I personally think he did all of his best, I imagine, is what was missing there. I personally think he did all of his to protect his kingdom at any cost, including his children, yet he failed. And his children are miserable. I do believe that the kingdom, or the king, wanted to protect the kingdom as best he could. I do believe his intentions were pure in that sense. But the saying that the road to hell is paved by good intentions... She's fine, alright. We're good. The road to hell is paved by good intentions. That saying exists for a reason. You can be a good man, and you can be so well-intentioned, but if your actions lead to literal genocide in a way, with his children, or just what happened to the kingdom in general, yeah, he could only do so much, but I do believe at a certain point the king was driven to madness. He became like a mad king, experimenting on his own kids, trying to come up with something to stop the Plague Heart, rather than doing what I think would have been best, which was have the original, quote, the original God of Hollowness fight it, and kill it. Just have the Void period fight the Void, the Plague Heart, and by extension the Radiance. Because sealing it does not, the seal, what it did not fix the situation, it just put the entire kingdom in stasis. even whoever was still alive, like the chrysalises you see of like bugs that are like statues standing around, those were people. It's just they're stuck in a state of hibernation because of the seal that the Hollow Knight did. And unless you were in the capital city, you would not have been protected from it. So at a certain point, yeah, I do believe that the Pale King was well-intentioned, but I do also believe he lost his mind trying to stop the Plague Heart. And he was just not able to come up with any feasible solution. So he just ran to his palace, took his palace, brought it to the dream world, and sat there and waited till he died. Because he knew there was nothing he could have done. He just had to hope that one of his children would have been able to stop it. Honestly, question, why didn't the Pale King contact with the Dreamnail Wielder moths? I forgot their names. I think they're just simply called, like, the Moth Tribe. And tried to destroy the Radiance completely. I believe they could have succeeded. That's iffy, because I do believe, well... From what I recall, the mods at a certain point rebelled against the Radiance. I remember that much. And they try to obscure her from all of history, period. And this probably would have at a certain point included their own, like, tribe. They would have went out of their way not to tell their youth about the Radiance, because they knew she operated under a hive mind, and the more that knew of her, it made her stronger. And to some extent, they went out of their way to seclude themselves. They were pacifists. Almost all of them were. That's another distinct thing about the mods. Very few of them took up nails. So at a certain point, because of their more pacifistic beliefs, and also because how one of the mods tried to raise his nail against the Pale King, that would have complicated things even further. From, at the very least, a political standpoint. They used to worship her before Pale King brought mind, knowledge, and civilization to the Hollowness. Yeah, to Hollowness, sorry. New dialogue? Oh, there we go. Oh, bury the no, still no. Damn. But considering whether the mods let us a void creature, lent us a void creature, a Dreamnail, in order to seal / destroy the Radiance completely, I think they would have switched sides. Yeah, but you have to also think, Seer is the last of her tribe. She's the last of the mods, outside of the Radiance. And maybe whoever else is outside of Hollowness. At least in Hollowness, she's the last of her tribe. So she has the hindsight to realize, oh, we should have fought her. Oh, we forgot the Dreamnailer. Sorry. She has the hindsight and age and wisdom to be like, oh, we messed up. Bad. And not, like, doing something about this sooner when we had the chance. And like I said, she probably still holds her pacifistic views, but she also has the sensibility to realize this thing is literally wiping out droves of species and races and people, and it will not stop. It will probably try to go past Hollowness at a certain point. It'll probably try to go to a separate kingdom and take over whatever else is out there. And spread its reach as far as possible as it can. So I have to do something. I have to give this void creature, this wayward knight, something, a means of trying to combat the Radiance. Because we failed in our duty to try and seal it. She has that hindsight to be like, oh, we should probably kill this thing. I'm not sure, but maybe we should probably kill it, right? So I think that's why Seer, in that sense, is more willing to help us than maybe they would have been prior. Sorry, I'm asking about this, when the silksong takes place after Hollow Knight. I'm not sure how long after, but I'm sure once the game comes out, we'll see more of that opening cutscene. But it takes place, if I was to guess, at most, maybe a year after Hollow Knight. I believe after the events of Hollow Knight. I wonder which ending. Probably the true ending, if I was to guess. Because that's the one where Hornet's outside. Or more specifically, the one with, where you go into Godhome and fight Absolute Radiance. And it's implied that the Hollow Knight exits the egg, and then her and the Hollow Knight fight. That's probably the way the game is gonna start. You fighting what's left of the Hollow Knight. Before, you know, the two siblings realize all we have is each other before she gets captured and taken to Farloom. I'm so close. Keep shining, crystals. Keep singing so I can find you. Keep whispering, crystals. I can almost hear what you're saying. If only we could tell her to stop. Because she's digging to the Radiance. Is the Pantheon ending canon, or defeating Radiance with Hollow Knight is canon? Because I'm confused. The way I viewed it, I personally believe the canon ending of the game is you going into Godhome and beating the Radiance there. I personally believe that. But I'd have to play through the game again and read through all the lore and really get in the nitty-gritty of things to really get a better idea. But at a certain point, and I think until Silksong comes out, it will be conjecture. The good thing is, now we no longer have to sit on our hands and wait for the rest of time in memoriam to figure out when that is. Where am I trying to go? We got the dream now. What else to do? I should probably go back and fight False Knight, now that we have the Dream Nail, and then go over to Resting Grounds and fight Zero. But me personally, I believe the canon ending to be that hurt. The Pantheon ending. But it is not wholly implausible that the canon ending is also Should I give the flower before beating Pantheon 5? No, actually. Because definitely not as canon ending. If there's an ending that's not canon, it's definitely that one. If you do not give the flower to Godseeker before beating Pantheon 5, you get an extra ending where I will not spoil what it is, but you can only get that ending without giving the flower to Godseeker. So I would recommend doing that first, beating Pantheon 5 before giving the flower to Godseeker. Then after you do that, get the flower, bring it to Godseeker, and then you get another ending. Yeah, we're here. Alright. Now we get Dream Nail dialogue for False Knight. And by extension, more lore. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, 6. What? Oh, you're streaming again. Hey, Kiki! You just caught us as we were about to fight False Knight? Yeah, no, considering I may not be able to beat it anymore even once. Or even beat the Pantheon. I'm braver than all of you. Yes, I have Dream Nail this early, by the way. Dream Nail the Mace Bug. That's true. The shell's greater. It belongs to me. I think there should be a third line of dialogue. This great shell belongs to me. Whatever. Ow. Hold on. Let me just hit him from here so that way I can catch up on chat really quick. Yeah, no, considering I may not be able to beat it more than once, or even beat the Pantheon for once. I doubt it's happening. Nail the Mace Bug. I hope they would extend on the lore of the 5th Great Knight further. And yeah, that's true. I want them to talk about the Knights more. And I think, unironically, we would be able to get that. Because something I brought up when I first, in like my original series of videos when I did this, yes, I'm bullying False Knight like this, is we have no idea how old Hornet is. And it's implied she was alive at the very least towards the tail end of the kingdom's, I guess, fall from grace. Before everything truly messed up. I will, but I just need to finish catching up in chat. I forgot those guys existed sometimes, to be honest. Or the association of Hollowness with the fight with the New Kingdom. Justice for Drea. Hornet confirmed UG status. Yeah, like I said, we have no idea how old Hornet is, and it's at the very least implied she was alive, before the seal happened. Before they, did the seal with the Dreamers, and by extension sealing the Hollow Knight. So she could have even met, it's possible that she even met the Hollow Knight before they did the seal. Like, when the Hollow Knight was a very young vessel. If you think about it. Because she would have had to have been alive for them to make the arrangement, like, even if she was just very, 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 very infantile. We have like no idea how long after it was before the king. Oh, you get Dream Nail Dollar from this. I'm the strongest. There we go. That was the one we were missing. Let me also save City Crest so I can read the rest of the chat. I also question the age of the Hollow Knight / sealed vessel, like in the flashback. We're literally the same age then after we come back to Hollow Knight or Hollowness and forgot everything. We're still in baby form. Well, yeah, I don't think Hera would have reproduced while in the dream state. I think the vessels don't age like normal bugs. They get bigger when they're trained or something, because the Hollow Knight was specifically trained to be in prime form. Yeah, that's also true. At the very least, I think it would have been because of what we see at the end of the Path of Pain, right? We know the king and the Hollow Knight had to have had time to form some sort of relationship. Like, they had to have had some span of time, even if it's like maybe at most a year, to form a bond like that for the sealing to fail to begin with. And by extension, that means Hornet probably would have been, because of her connection to the Pale King, I think she would have been given some kind of property to understand things faster, and even to some extent being around the White Lady, right? Yeah, it had emotion, that's why it failed. Stupid idiot, how dare you feel? Yeah. But because of that, like I said, we have no idea how old Hornet is. And we know she got some degree of training as well. Now, cut dialogue, right? It's implied she got some level of training from the Queen Bee, right? Before she lost her mind. But at the same time, she could have also got training from the 5 Knights of Hollowness. So, I would not be surprised if we get, like, flashback sequences of Hornet in her youth. Like, training with the 5 Knights of Hollowness. Or even training with the Pure Vessel. I would not be surprised. These are all possibilities. But at the end of the day, like I said, we have no idea how old Hornet is. We know she has to be old. At the very least, but to some extent maybe aging slower as well, due to some form of pseudo-immortality because of the Pale King. Yeah, wasn't it a thing that her name is Hornet because Vespa trained her? Yeah, but that's like cut dialogue, so I'm not sure how canon that is anymore. Kind of like the dialogue, Dream Nail dialogue we were supposed to have with the Pure Vessel. How it was supposed to slowly go, don't think, don't, and then it just stops. That makes sense out of why a spider is named Hornet. I think Pure Vessel is too much. Yeah, possibly too much, but still, there's possibilities. Considering the Hollow Knight even decided to turn back and take a last look at the Abyss and its siblings. It was entirely pure. Was it impossible for the Hollow Knight to become a pure vessel like God Seekers imagined? Yeah, that's the implication. Just in general, that the Hollow Knight was not as pure of a vessel as everyone once thought. Yeah, she's half worm. The Hollow Knight cut dialogue makes me sad. Yeah. Also, Freddy, thank you for your for you correcting for correctly gendering the Hollow Knight. It gets wrong all the time. It pisses me off. Yeah, that's a habit I'm also trying to break as well. Now we just need to wait for this bug to wake up. So let's try quickly reading this. Stone slab bearing the crest of the Hollowness capital city has an insertion on the back. Hold on. Free at last! Look. Wow, I've never seen that, actually. That's funny. That's the only line of dialogue it has, but still. The fact that they thought of that. Free at last! Go free, little buddy. Go free, live your life. Worms are weird. Yeah, that's alright. The only vessel confirmed with gender is Hornet, if you would consider her a vessel. She's not a vessel. She's just a child of the Pale King and Hera. Her purpose never was to be a vessel, was to form a pact between the Pale King and Hera, so that way she'd act as the third dreamer. Everyone else is genderless: Green Path, Broken Vessel, Seal Vessel, the Knight, Nosk Vessel. If I was Pale King and my pure vessel turned around and looked back at the vessel, I would have tossed it right back down. It's worming time. Yeah, she's half void. Oh, here we go. Half void. Hornet is void, right, guys? So many generous bugs, so many woke bugs. He's not half void. The age-old debate. Is Hornet void? Question mark? We're having a Hornet is void argument in the big 2025, yeah. Who would have thunk, right? Woke worms. Did we get anything else of note? Other than that line of dialogue from the mace, which I did not know was a thing. Thanks for... Who said that, by the way? Who told me to dreamnail the bug? Thanks, Ceaslaw? Slug? Ceaslug? Is that how it said? Imagine having 71526278826 siblings, and you're the only one with a gender. Me, yeah. I don't know. Ceaslug. I think that's how it's said, at the very least. I mean, I think she possesses attributes of void creatures in physical capability, not mentality-wise. I also refuse to think she's a void creature. Lol. Don't worry. You didn't have to read every one of those numbers. I don't think she's void at all. I can't understand what Freddy's saying. And I think it's not so much that she possesses void attributes or physiological details similar to the void siblings, if you will. I think it's just because of the voids, the Freddy. Oh, Fazbear. But that's the only other way I think it would be pronounced. Freddy. Her. I don't mind it. Freddy's cool too. Oh, is that not how it said? Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. Like, however any of your usernames are said. Of how you just replace words with completely different ones. Well, I'm trying my best. Alright? Give streamer a break. Just keep talking like nothing happened. I'm trying! And you suck at typing, Kiki. So, you don't have much room to talk. But, like I was saying, I think because of all of their connection to the Pale King, all of them possess, at the very least, them appearance-wise, all of them look similar to the Pale King. And by extension, worms. So, I think it's less like a void creature thing, it's more of just like a Pale King thing at that point. And they just become hollowed out once, you know, he tosses them down into the void. At least I can read a sentence. Yeah, but you sure can't type them. Oh. Oh yeah, for immersion.
Oh, what is this creeping out of the darkness? My, you're looking grim. A strange, empty face, and a wicked-looking weapon.
Grim is void? Bro, what? I like the way everyone's... Grim isn't void, Grim is hot, sorry. Yeah, go time out for that comment. Even though you're kind of right. In a way.
Something important has drawn you down into Hollowness, corpse. But I won't ask what. Perhaps the reason you find me, or you found me is because you need my help.
I'll behave, no.
Say no more, friend. I'm going to give you a gift, a nasty little spell of my own creation. It's just perfect for a little one like you. Oh.
We'll see more of the Grim Troop. Will we see more of the Grim Troop? Grim is Grim is grooming them bugs. You're timing me out for liking tall women. You're timing me out for liking Grim. We can't like bugs anymore. I don't know, man. I guess like what you like. Which charm is canon to the ending? In terms of if we'll see more of the Grim Troop, I don't know if we will. Because Farloom is not like Holness. It's not dead. There's still people clearly living there. There's still life in the kingdom. The Grim Troop goes to dying, like, literally, they're about to die, or flat-out dead kingdoms to collect the Grim Flames, from what I understand. And in terms of what's charm is canon, I'm not sure, honestly, for the Grim Troop. Let's all deal with Grim, by the way. Is he a believer like Godseekers or Moth Tribes? Is he a god himself? I believe so, actually. At the very least, he's a fragment of the Nightmare Heart. Or an avatar of it, and it needs to be reborn. Or is he an opposing faction Nightmare to the Radiance? I don't think the Grim Troop cares about the Radiance whatsoever. It's not like the Radiance influence could affect the Grim Troop anyway, because they're under Grim's influence. And it's at the very least implied, because of the Nightmare Heart, that they're on similar power levels. Grimace. He's a god himself, is he not? The Nightmare Heart is. And Grim is kind of like a vessel. So Nightmare Heart needs to sustain itself with the ritual. Yeah, that's basically how it works. Grim is kind of similar to the vessels in the sense that he, at the very least, the way I interpret it, he is an avatar of the Nightmare Heart, and he absorbs the Grim Child and the Nightmare Flames from the Dying Kingdom into himself, and then he sits and incubates in the Nightmare Heart, and through a ritual of battle and dance, he goes back into it, and the Nightmare Heart cycles all that stuff out and becomes reborn again. If they were opposing Grim would have said something about the infection, no? Yeah, that's why I say I don't think it's on top of that, I doubt like the Radiance is even aware of Grim's presence. Because up until when we fight the Radiance, it's implied she's still somewhat asleep. Was Grim a Grim child before? I'm not sure. I don't know. I guess possibly the Grim child can be viewed as Grim himself, because it sticks with you, right? Yes, the cycle. Actually, not thinking about it, isn't it? We'd have to get the charm itself, like, fully leveled. But I do think Grim just becomes a Grim child. It probably, once it fully matures, it just leaves you to start the ritual all over again. Like, why else would, what's-her-face stay around? You know, the bug lady that gives you all, like, the unbreakable charms and stuff? Grim Child, Grim Nightmare Heart, I thought was an infinite cycle. Yeah, it is. Like the ritual to sustain. Is the Nightmare King Grim battle canon considering it's optional? Or is it necessary to access Pantheon 5? Well, yeah, I think it's necessary yeah, Grim is, period, necessary to access Pantheon 5. Including Nightmare King Grim, so I think it would be considered canon. The vessel probably, if we're to be honest, the canon route is probably the vessel fighting Nightmare King Grim. To get access to Pantheon 5, to then fight Absolute Radiance. Something being optional doesn't make it non-canon. That's fair, yeah. Like, for example, of what Kiki's saying, the Valkyries and the God of War games, like the new ones, they're optional, but in the canon, and we know this for a fact because of Ragnarok, Kratos did fight them. So even if you yourself did not fight them, in the game, it can be still considered canon, even if it's optional content. Does Grim have access to Unk status? I'm not sure. He definitely does with that voice. Nah, he just smokes a lot. That's what it is. He knows about the Pale King. He must be old. He calls him Worm though. I think it's more of the Nightmare Troop seems to have knowledge because they exist in the dream realm. And the Nightmare Flames are collected in the dream world by the Grim Troop that even appear as in of themselves as dreamlike entities like the Dreamers. He smokes bug fent. But because of that, I think by them collecting the nightmare like flames and stuff like that from the Dead Kingdom, those memories and stuff probably get transferred to Nightmare King Grim himself, which is why he knows so much about the kingdom. And even before that, I would not be surprised because they send scouts right to the kingdoms to even start the ritual. So I would not be surprised if those scouts do their job, as their name implies, learn as much as they can about the kingdom to see if it's a worthy candidate, and then they start the ritual. I think he could be very old. He's practically immortal because he just gets reborn again. Yeah, at the very least, he is old. Now the hallucinations are just that strong, and it spreads. True. Hold on. Let's see if this works. Poking around.
Poking around in the dreams of another. You're more curious than you look. Oh.
The tablet talking about the lore of the kingdom and the king being written in a more archaic English is a parallel to it being written in an older wholeness language compared to the others. Yeah. Vengeful Spirit. Consume Vengeful Spirit. Tap circle to unleash Vengeful Spirit. Spells will deplete soul. Replenish soul by striking enemies. We have another piece of thing to read. Yes, I said piece of thing. Kiki, do the thing you do. With the hand and the writing. And the fire. This is it, right? This is all we got? Yes. Conjures a spirit that will fly forward and... Jesus. Abyssal Shriek or Descending Dark better. Generally, all times. Are you asking, like, which of the two is better? Or if both of them are better? Hey Zenrai, hello, we got a new viewer. So I was adjusting my AC. I don't know what I'd be quoting. Which one is better? For DPS, Abyss Shriek. Descending Dark is still just as good. But because Abyss Shriek just hits more, and with Shaman Stone. Better dodge. D-Dark is good as fuck, true. Where else was I reading? Conjures a spirit that flies forward and burns foes in its path. The spirit requires soul to be conjured. Strike enemies to gather soul. I'm thankful for Abyssal Shriek, Abyss Shriek because I hate Markov, true. And I hope we see a Grim Troop Acolyte at least. Yeah, I do hope we see something of the... I guess something more of the Grim Troop in, Silksong. I'm just excited to see more Hornet, true. But because Farum's clearly still somewhat of a living kingdom, I don't think the Grim Troop would be interested in it. Now we get Bugfent. We get invincible, we get invincible for 2 seconds. I should have said title card instead.
Oh, you've awakened at last. I apologize. Perhaps I should have warned you about the power of that spell. I was watching over you as you slept, but seemed to have slipped away myself.
Oh, invisible, yes, I know I misspoke. Don't call me out. I already have someone doing that daily. You know who you are. And no one hears a word they say. Has the memory gone? Are you feeling numb? Has the memory gone? Did I miss a line of dialogue? What's going on? Hold on. Y'all got me paranoid now. Hold on. Last minute. No. It's a meme. Oh, Metal Gear, sorry. Oh, I said oh yeah, oh god, sorry. That flew over my head. Invisible. That's why you have to be very careful what you say, because these Metal Gear fans, brain rotted as ever, they're everywhere. You say one word anywhere near that game, and they'll go, Snake! Invincible! Ladders! Long ladders! What a thrill! With darkness and silence in the night, what a thrill. Where was I?
You're awake now. I was wondering whether you would do me a small favor.
I have seizure. I wouldn't even consider myself a Metal Gear. What a thrill! Sorry, I love that song.
Not as repayment for my gift, of course, simply because we're now friends. You see, a horrid great beast has made its home in the heart of this temple. Such disrespect. I would be quite grateful if you were to venture deeper with your new power. You're more than a match for it. Good luck with this small favor, my friend. Oh.
Kill him.
Are you wondering about this gate between us? Oh, it's a curious thing, but this door will not open until you have slain that creature lying in the heart of this temple. Don't worry about it. I'm sure the spirits of my ancestors will be watching over you.
I hate bosses that... Oh. Is the stream good? I saw a buffer on my end. I hate bosses that fly. It's like bugs that fly. I hate... And bosses in games are bugs. I hate them. I hate Markov. Have I mentioned that I hate Markov? I don't think anyone needs to mention it. I think everyone hates Markov. I feel bad. I feel so bad for that Kickstarter.
No.
They had such pure and innocent intentions, and little did they know they led directly to the creation of one of the most annoying bosses in video game history. We got a lot of people in here. Makes me tweak out. Markov makes... His design is cool. We need to save it for the boss fight. We need to save it from the boss fight, true. Markov makes me tweak... Yeah, okay. The PlayStation chat just caught up with... I guess, Azra's gonna drive me insane. I think she drove most of us insane. I still have a hard time with her. But I think I just need more practice. And maybe get in contact with a speedrunner or two to train me more directly. I haven't gotten to Absrad yet. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room with the radiance, and the radiance drives me crazy. I thought I couldn't even beat a single Pantheon, but... Oh. Southern Life? Nope. Azrad is such a fun name. Sounds like radical dude with abs to me. I thought I couldn't even beat a single Pantheon before. Now I'm face to face with her. Yes. Yeah, I think a lot of us who've played Hollow Knight in general have had that feeling. Especially like achievement hunters. I haven't attempted P5 yet because I'm scared of Markov. Yeah. I saw a video that was talking about like that difficulty spike in the Pantheon specifically. How once you get to, I think it's, where is it? It's past Sly, I think. Someone was making like a video tutorial on how to beat it, and they made a joke from Portal of a guy looking up at the guy. He goes, "Hello, this is a part where I kill you," and edited over it is just Grey Princeote, Grim, Markov, and I don't remember, Soul Tyrant. And that's so accurate. Those four should not be, well, minus Grim. They should not be as hard as they are, but they are. Who put Zote Markov back to back? I want to talk. I hate Zote more than anyone else, anyone in this game. Soul Tyrant is ED. Yeah, Soul Tyrant is actually one of my favorite bosses in the game. But I know a lot of people who struggle with him because of how fast he is. At least I have the option to kill Zote, true. I'm playing modded Hollow Knight right now, based. I'm a console game. That is perfect. That is perfect RNG. Speedrunners are jealous. 3 soul casts into immediate. I forget what they're called. Bald or somethings, I think. Grim is easy and soul. The chat's going fast. Grim is easy as fuck and Soul Tyrant becomes piece of cake after a couple practice. True. Grim fight isn't hard, but you do get hard while fighting him. I don't know about that one, Chief. The only thing Soul Tyrant gains in his dream version is fast attacks and more HP. Yeah. At least Kiki apologized for that comment. Guess staying in one piece for 15 minutes gets good RNG. Yeah. Oh yeah, I had to read this. That's why I opened this. Soul Catcher, wielded by shamans to draw more soul from the world around them, increases the amount of soul gained when striking enemies with the nail. So here's an interesting bit of lore, right? These guys, they casually just have stuff that gathers soul from the air around them. Which it makes an interesting implication about soul that it's just like a kind of naturally occurring resource, in a way. How it emanates just in the air and stuff and it's just around. What if instead of Freak Kiki. Right, Freaky Kiki. Right. Uh-huh. About that.
Oh, so it's done then. You've slain the beast. The poor thing. It must have been terrified of you. It used to be quite docile, but the rancid air in this cavern filled it with some ancient rage.
How do you get that font? No idea.
Still, you did what had to be done.
I did. He needs the font.
You have my gratitude. Of course, we both know you wouldn't have made it through without that spell of mine. Oh,
look up freaky font on Google, Lamau, and copy paste it there. Dedication to the bit.
And look, the gates between us has opened. Oh, I'm sure you're eager to move on. Farewell and have faith. Whatever you are seeking, it will find you.
It was such an important question about Shade and what happens to it after our deaths. I couldn't find any answer anywhere. Is Shade canon? Us dying and respawning, etc. Collector even captures. I'll get every letter of it into my keyboard. Even captures shades when we die to them. I think it's canon is mad at you because you're so bad at the game, you died. And the fools let us access our shades when we die in the Coliseum. Yeah, I'll be honest, I really could not tell you. Because it's implied, right, that this right now what we're playing is the canon, like, it's implied that Steel Soul is the quote sorry, canon, like, difficulty mode, right? Because if a vessel dies, that's kind of it. Because everyone else before us, right, all the other vessels before us, Broken Vessel, the one in Green Path, all those ones, right? The one that all the ones that died in Nosk. It's implied that once a vessel dies, that's kind of it. But at the same time, when you die in Steel Soul, you don't leave behind a shade. There's Hades in the Abyss, though. And the Basin. Yeah, that's the confusing thing about it. I think it's kind of a mix of both. So, when you die, when a vessel dies, it leaves behind a shade. But I think what is supposed to happen under more normal circumstances is the shade instantly zips down to the bottom of the abyss. I think that is what is meant to happen. Understandably so, because it's not hard to imagine that Void would try to go find more Void and coalesce with it, if you will. But what if whatever this vessel in particular was doing outside of Hollownest before it came back, what if it gave it some special thing that allowed it to have an alternative to respawn? Because there's the Void Heart as well that makes your shade passive to you and allows you to just hit it once and it instantly zips back to you. That would be the only way I could think to explain it. Was that the club? Oh, because we forgot our memories upon leaving Hollownest, forsaken by the knowledge bestowed upon the Pale King, and our shade is unaware of our origin. Yeah, that could be another thing. Rose got enlightened. True. I don't think we'll ever truly get a canon explanation, not without, you know, Team Cherry basically giving up the mystery. But if I was to guess, I think it's a mix of both. What is supposed to happen to the vessel, like a vessel period, is once they die, their shade instantly zips to the abyss. I think that's what's supposed to happen. But this vessel not only escaped the abyss, for whatever reason, they chose to leave Hollownest. And we have no idea what the vessel was doing during that time. We have no idea what abilities or anything like that, or what it would have learned, or what skills it got while it was outside of Hollownest in the wilds. We have no idea. So for all we know, it could have attained some kind of ability or skill that allowed it to retain its soul, or not soul, shade, and allowed its body to reconvene somewhere else for certain lore things to be explained, like why the fools put the shade in that little area that's implied to be some connection to Void. And then it just chills there because it's like, oh, I'm supposed to be here. And shades don't know where to go. Poor things. Not everything needs an explanation, just interpretation. That's a good way of looking at it. The vessel's just built different. But the mind wanders, that's why we ask. Lol. And it's fun. Fun to theorize. I mean, if my father abandoned me in the dark pit, I'd leave his kingdom too. Yeah. Justified crash out, question mark.
Why do you hesitate? You'll get nothing more from me, I'm afraid. Though I do admire your persistence. Oh.
And I think that's it. Yep. And that is it for the most part for dialogue that we can get from the shaman, snail shaman. The way I guess to end just put a bow on it, right? The way I view the vessel, I view it similarly to how I view the main protagonist for Bloodborne. Because the main protagonist for Bloodborne, we do not know his origins, or I guess, depending on what gender you pick for the playable character, we do not know the playable character's origin for, like, what they were doing outside of Hollow Knight, or not Hollow Knight, Yharnam, before they got to Yharnam to try and... All we know is that they were sick, and they came to Yharnam for the healing blood to try and, fix themselves, if you will. And the knight is very similar to the main protagonist of Bloodborne, is they went... Well, in the knight's case, they left Hollownest, and then came back. But at the end of the day, both of them came from somewhere outside of where both of the respective cities, and now they have a mission in, you know, both of their respective places. But we just don't know where they were or where they came from. Sorry, Monsieur, for feeling. I think this is just the same one. The same, what's it called? Line of dialogue. Crystal Peaks. Now that I have killed False Knight and got, what's it called? Vengeful Spirit, I think I'm going to try and talking to Mila again to see if anything new has popped up. This is the fastest way there. How did the knight even adapt to fighting and living on its own? Is it instinct? Isn't it void? It could only have been trained by someone. I wonder. Are vessels self-sustainable? Yeah, self-sustainable. What if it trained outside the kingdom? Do vessels need drink or eat, rest? Or take a shard or something? I don't know. It came with a nail. No, actually. We know for a fact that the vessels, like, they do not have nails. If, like, for example, Pure Vessel, when it crawled out, it did not have a nail. It was the nail we see it with was made for it specifically. And even our player character in the flashback, it did not have a nail from my memory, did it? I think they're self-sustainable, yeah. I don't think they have mouths. They just toss it in their eye sockets. And it's like Void Pocket Dimension. So where's it keeping all those items in Geo? In terms of, I don't think they need to eat or drink necessarily. Like, if they were to, for example, like, bathe in Void, it obviously makes them stronger. But that's one thing, right? Is you put a Void creature in Void, it's obviously going to change it to some degree. Lost Kin was surviving. But I do think they have some natural level of combat affinity, because when you look at most Void creatures, or Void adjacent creatures, all of them seem to have some affluence for just lashing out at things around them. Like those Void tendril things that you see jumping up at you when you get into the abyss. They seem to just instinctually attack stuff in their affinity. Not even that they perceive as threats, it's just like something they do without thinking. So I would not be surprised if all the vessels were born to some degree with some level of combat affinity. Justified Void Crush out. Thank God she's humming. Oh, hello again. You're still running about? Why don't you join me down here? There's plenty of wealth in these rocks for everyone willing to put in a bit of work. Those crystals out there are worth a fair bit, but I have a feeling that there is something even more valuable hidden just a bit deeper in. I can almost smell it, haha. They're mad because they exist. Mila, my favorite, rotund fellow. That's why I believe being a void creature is a void creature is not being completely out of will or mind or strength. It is specifically attributed to counter radiance, and they can still fight and act instinctually. That's why the knight drew their nail upon enemies when they get challenged to a duel. Yeah. I do think at the end of the day, all the vessels behave with some level of base instinct that even they do not understand. Are we fighting the sun? Yes. Huh? We are indeed fighting Le Sun. You're welcome to join me. There's enough here for both of us, or if you don't feel like digging, just sit by and sing with me, haha. Please tell me. I'll bury the knight with her broken nail, bury the lady, lovely and pale, bury the priest with his tattered gown, then bury the beggar with his shining crown. Mila won't. She will obey the sun. No, don't say that. Who's gonna tell him? Ahaha. Are you surprised? I remember the second verse. Lots of time to think while I've worked down here. Maybe I can even come up with something, with some songs of my own. This is hard work, but I don't mind. Down here, I can keep working without even sleeping. It's fun. Her voice is so cute, true. And every once in a while, you come back to visit me. I'm glad, haha. I'm glad you like the sound of my voice. Oh no, an omen of what's to come. By the way, that's my first time ever getting that line of dialogue since I think my first ever playthrough of the game. I've been trying incessantly every repeated playthrough to get it again. But I find in my initial lore playthrough, I actually missed that line of dialogue, so I've redeemed myself. I've went back and I got it. Oh, you know what? Something we should do? We should go to the hot springs and check to see if the Coliseum guys are there. What's the flag that checks if Mila should get infected or not? The second you get, Crystal Heart. You could technically save her if you don't kill her and destroy Absrad. Yes. As a matter of fact, outside of, like, once we get further into Crystal Peaks... Crystal Heart, yeah. Once we get to a certain distance inside of Crystal Peaks, I'm going to exit out, check on Mila one last time. That's when she'll, like, start losing it. And then from there, I'm not going to visit her anymore. And we're just going to beat the game and destroy the Radiance, and then she'll be free of the plague. The good ending. I pressed the wrong button trying to check my map. Oh, it's whatever. I know this place, like, way more... I'm more familiar with this place than I would like to admit. It's this way, right? I'm more familiar with this place than I like to admit, he says. Instantly has to check map. It's this way, right? Makes sense, though. Kind of sad, the sheer amount of characters that die in this game. Every time I think of a character, I remember they're dead. Considering to save the kingdom. Yeah, then you probably hate the average Souls game. You probably despise Bloodborne. Like, that's my favorite game ever, and all the characters... Alright, they're not here. All the characters that you would, like, quote, care about, all of them die. Everyone dies. I never played a Souls game, sorry. Yeah, generally, whenever you see a likable NPC, prepare for them suckers to be dead. Is Crystal Heart only ever necessary to beat Path of Pain? My friend told me it was an optional movement mechanic. No. I don't know how they told you that. That is not an optional movement mechanic, because you need a Monarch Wings to beat the game. And the only way to get Monarch Wings the only way to get Monarch Wings is through a very specific tech that I can try doing here. So if I fire specifically Vengeful Spirit at a certain angle at a slope, it will actually slide downwards, but I'm not hitting it right. I do not know how to do the skip. Can't you with Stall Ball? Yeah, Stall Ball. But that is such a specific tech, and I think unless you do it at a specific point in the game, and with specific, like, equipment and timing and all that stuff, you can soft lock yourself trying to get Monarch Wings without Crystal Dash. So I don't know why your friend said it was an optional movement mechanic. It is not. I played, NMH games... TJO, where you basically just kill every character except a few allies, but those games aren't serious though. I tried to reach Broken Vessel without Crystal Heart, not knowing there was a path led that path led to only to meet with my demise upon noticing I was short by inches. Yeah, I don't know why your friend told you that Crystal Heart is optional. It is not. That is not an optional movement item. You need that to beat the game. My friend probably forgot about it being necessary for Broken Vessel. I tried to pogo the path too. Yeah, It is not possible. It's barely possible with a few sequence breaks, and there's a high probability. Like, if you bench at, I think if you try benching at the bench at that part, while you're trying to go for the stall ball, it will soft lock you. Like, you just will be stuck there forever. So, Crystal Heart is not optional. So, it's not like you can avoid it. And even then, Milo will start to slip anyway. Because once you get a certain distance in the Crystal Peaks, she starts losing it. I don't need Crystal Heart for Broken Vessel. It's It's sitting on my bed right now, the plushie. True. My violin teacher calls it Broken Bowl. Let me think about where else I could even go. Because we've been, because Broken Vessel doesn't translate into my language proper. Language! Finally got it right. And still got it wrong at the same time. Broken Vessel / Lostkin is my favorite boss and maybe character in the game, not gonna lie. My favorite boss is Grim, Nightmare King Grim. But I also do really like Broken Vessel and Lostkin. Oh, yeah, we should go to Resting Grounds. Mine is Manson Swords because I'm basic. No, Manson Swords is a goated choice. Alright, we need to cut through here to get to, what's it called? Resting Grounds, or the Stag Station. To get to Resting Grounds. Mine is I already read that. That was new. I love Broken Vessel so much, it breaks my heart every time it reaches out to us. With this little paw, true. It didn't deserve that fate. Well, something you gotta give it, it got closer than many other vessels. Many other vessels. It got way closer to the Abyss. But it would have had to have stopped by, Kingdom's Edge for the King Seal. And at that time, you also have to consider, Hornet would not have been willing to even tell it about the King Seal. Because she was actively hunting and killing vessels at that point. The term Broken Vessel also doesn't directly translate into my language. Same goes for a lost kin. The word vessel and kin are the complicated parts. Yeah, it got bigger too. And probably because of the infection. What's your language? Turkish. Lan? We got 2 Turkish people in the chat. Isn't that some? Both of us are Turkish. Once I start getting bigger, stream-wise and content creator-wise, unfortunately, I don't think... Unless it's from trusted members. Which, at a certain point, if you guys are, Turkish Hollow Knight fans that doesn't just misgender the vessels, are you real? If you guys stick around for a very long time, which for some reason I get the feeling you will, then most likely, like, you guys will probably be the only ones who could have, like, conversations in other language in the chat. Because like I said, once I get bigger, unfortunately that just cannot be a thing at a certain point. Because there will be people who try to say things in a language I do not understand to try and get me banned. Won't keep speaking Turkish because you don't understand. It's your stream after all. I guess that's a fair assessment, but at the same time, it's nice to know that I have even, like... I just generally assumed that most of my audience was just English speakers, or Americans, at the very least. So to know I have that far of a reach, even if it is just 2 people, is crazy. It's alright, bro. Don't worry, respect the globality. Alright, now we have to fight Zero. Are we being dead ass? I swear I could jump up here before. I can get up here. Saw ball. It didn't work. Has to be some way up here. We mean we're also English speakers, just not our first language. Honestly, noticed you were streaming. Decided to come when I say hi. I was watching a Hollow Knight Parry video, and that's why I'm here. Yeah, that's gonna be how it is for a lot of people. That video is definitely going to be a large part of my legacy. Speak English better than most natives in written form. Oh, come on. There has to be some way up here. I have the Drino, you tell me I can't fight? Man. No, I'm gonna... I can get up here. Yeah, sometimes I speak English better than my native language because of how frequently I speak English, because of the internet. I think that's just like a general use thing for a lot of people. Oh! There we go. Because the more you use the language in general, the better you get at it. And the more you speak a language that is not your native language, you do forget parts of it. Like, my mother's native language is Spanish. And she's forgotten much of Spanish over the years. But if she thinks hard enough, it will come back to her, because you can never truly forget your native language. It's just not possible. That information specifically for your native language is not designed to leave. Stop there. Those who try to leave this kingdom are cursed. Better to rest here until time itself sleeps. Hope and freedom. I thought that strength alone could grant me these things. Oh, I thought that strength alone could grant me these things. In my dream, I would cut the plague with my nail, and then I turned my weapon upon the king. I will eventually learn a language. You will eventually learn a language if your brain decides it's useful information and necessary to consume different kinds of content, art, and culture without any of the language blocks. Yeah. That's also how I picked up Spanish faster, because I lived in Colombia for a large portion of my early life when I was a kid. And that's where my mother grew up, and I think at most we lived there for 3 years or something like that. But even still, it's hard not to pick up a language being in the country where it's spoke constantly. Cut down the play with my leg. Where am I? I'm lost. Cut down the plague with my nail, and then I turned my weapon upon the king. When I woke in this sacred place, I began to understand. Those who hope are already doomed. Do you still hope, wanderer? Will you flee? Or will you raise your weapon and doom us both? Challenge the Dream Warrior, yes. Ow. Alright, phase 2. Double hit, nice. Ow. Alright, half health, I need to be more careful. Never mind, I'm goated. Is Radiant an evasive god or a corrupted one? The fact that dreams are an important aspect of every bug's life Except Zote, he refuses to dream. Dreams are dangerous. Preset 51, I think. No, the Radiance is not an invasive god. At least not necessarily. So, the order of events as I understand it is the original, like, civilization that existed in Holonest isn't, isn't the fact that it's invasive the whole point. She literally started the infection. Actually, wait, no. I misremembered, sorry. So, the original civilization was the Void, or whatever insects came long before, everything else, even like the Kingdom of Hollow Knight, or Hollow Knight? No, Holonest, right? And you get also like the ancient eggs that are implied to be like the literal, like, birthing grounds of the original ancestors and like just the Void race, whatever they were. And the original god at that time would have been the Shades, what was it, the Lord Shade or something like that? What's it called again? I forget. Like the giant void creature, right? And then at a certain point, once civilization began to take more root, because there were also just other civilizations that Shade Lord, yeah. There were other civilizations that existed after them. So the Mantis Lords and the Moths took up residence there after they died out and the Shade Lord became forgotten. You said Lord Shade, close enough. So they took up residence, right? And then also like the beasts, Hera and the spiders and all that. All these other places moved in. And then the king showed up and truly turned Holonest in like a civilization. So it wasn't so much of this like literal random tribes like the Mantis tribe, the Moth tribe, and then Hera's beasts, and then the Weavers they came from what's it called? Farloom, right? So all these different tribes of stuff, they were just kind of like sitting around not doing much. Then the king showed up, and then he kind of went around to these different tribes as like the Holonists began to grow more and more and take up more land, and he made arrangements with some of them to be able to incorporate parts, at the very least parts of their territory, into his kingdom. That the knight ascend to the Shade Lord status upon defeating Absolute Radiance, completely overhauling Godseeker's image of gods, or that the knight in fact a descendant of the Shade was in fact a descendant of the Shade Lord, Hera's beasts, just like every other void creature. No, I think what happened at the end with with the Shade Lord is I think every single void creature and just the void itself and everything adjacent void creature wise all merged into one for the express purpose of we are going to kill the Radiance. Because the Radiance and the Shade Lord had been beefing for longer than Hollowness even existed. They literally said the word ascend to the ascend in the Godseeker DLC. Yeah, but at the same time, you can view like the knight as ascending by becoming one with the Shade Lord. That can be viewed as a form of ascension. So after the Pale King showed up, right? Before him would have been the Radiance and the Moth tribe, and arguably they would have served as like a domineering force. They would have been like the second civilization in a way because they worship the Radiance. I wonder if the Shade Lord has any ill intention like to the whole kingdom of Hollowness. It seems that way in the Absrad ending. I think it's just a force of nature. I don't think the Void inherently thinks. I think it's literally just a wild beast that lashes out at everything around it. Like I said, it seems to just instinctually do that. Like when you get near it, unless it recognizes you as void in of itself. So the only like ill intention I can see it having is like trying to spread void as far as possible. Oh, I need to plug in my phone. Using it for the chat. Spreading void as far as possible to, make more of itself. Considering that, considering they are a void being, maybe they seek nothingness. Yeah, that's another way of describing it. The force of nothingness that destroys and stabilizes everything that moves with action. That can be another way of viewing it. But either way, I don't think it even is more of a. It's that cognizant or aware in of itself, outside of the Shade's Lord, perhaps. Doesn't the Shade Soul, whatever, the Shade version of the King Soul, help you focus the Shade? Yes, it focus. If how did it say it? It focuses Void is something along those lines, but it's too powerful for its own good, so it's unstable. Yeah, it can also be described as unstable, but still able to think. So technically, the Radiant. This is a very long tangent, but technically, in a way, the Radiance can be viewed as a like a what's it called? Like an invasive god, if you will, technically. But at the same time, the Void would have been long since asleep, or at the very least, not able to do much. Because the entire Void civilization just collapsed for whatever reason and became nothing. And then after that, the mods and stuff moved in and all these other tribes, and they just kind of set up shop here. And I guess at the very least, the Radiance would have been aware of the Void's presence because it's trying to spread as far as possible. And it just sees like the opposite, the antithesis of everything that it is, that the Radiance represents, so it's going to view it as like a natural enemy at the very least. Okay, that's a cool way of seeing it, seeing nothingness as the end goal. Do you believe Sealed Vessel tried to fight the Radiance, or the Radiance tried to spread more infection when the Hollow Knight was stabbing itself? No, I think that was the pure vessel trying to fight with whatever little it had left. Like waking, like almost like waking, going in and out of like a bad dream or sleep paralysis. Like you're desperately trying to get out, but you just cannot. That guy start fighting your siblings. I think it was trying to end its suffering in a way. I like the reason Hornet draws her needle is in fact that she's facing with the Hollow Knight, and she still sees her. She still sees an enemy. Yeah, self-defense. I freak out too. You're not supposed to be there. Maybe they're resolved to fight off screen. We won't know till silksong. Like I said, I think the game will start off addressing that. I think the game will start off addressing she still sees it as an enemy. I don't know if she sees it as an enemy. I think it's self-defense, like what Kiki was saying. I don't think it was low-key. I don't know, actually. I don't think it will low-key. I think it will. I do think it will. At the they had to explain what Hornet was doing where she got captured. I know it's Team Cherry, but for some reason I doubt that they'll just, not acknowledge Hollowness in any major way. Like how she got from Hollowness to Farloom in the first place. And then addressing, obviously, the major implication of, like, a God Home ending. She does have a hatred towards Vessels, though. She sees Vessels as lower than her, the way she speaks to the Knight. She also calls the Hollow Knight birth cursed sibling or something like that. I don't think she sees the Vessels as lesser than her. I just think she was trying to stop the infection from getting any worse than it already was. So she was seeing all these Vessels basically trying to undo the seal, even if their purpose was to redo the seal. She would have viewed what the Vessels were doing as somewhat inherently bad. Simply because, like, you're trying to let this thing out? That would have been the way she viewed it. It's like, you are trying to open that thing up. Are you serious? Because once you like once you get the King's Brand, once you undo all the Dreamer Seals and stuff, and you talk to her more, she shows up at the Black Egg Temple and she's chill with you. At the very least, she doesn't talk down to you really. She's like, well, this is it. I hope you know what you're doing. She does talk down on others a lot. She also does it to Lace and Silksong too, apparently. But I think at a certain point, it's like a royalty thing. She does come from royalty. And she is well trained and stuff. And she comes from multiple branches of royalty. So at a certain point, she's going to be somewhat full of herself, I think. I think she's honestly understand why she wouldn't have why she would have a resentment for them. She was considered their purpose and actions unreasonable. I believe that's why she doesn't agree with our terms in the first place. She was chill with you because she's grown to like you more. That's fair. Yeah, character growth. We are also royalty, though. Our father is the Pale King, and mother is the White Lady. But that kind of also. But she's kind of a band-aid babe. Jesus, that is the worst way I've ever heard anyone describe Hornet. But I guess what he was saying, that could also point more towards a possible resentment she feels towards the vessels, as they would have been seen as more, even the discarded ones would have been seen more as valuable than her, because they would have been seen as the solution to help, stop the infection. At least she was kind enough to save us in the chrysalis. What the hell's a band-aid, baby? Do not look it up. I see now. Those who turn against the king are doomed as soon as they raise their weapon. Do not call me a traitor, simply call me a fool. I know you will not flee. Wherever you go, I will be watching. I'm looking up, do not. And that is 100 essence in the first nail upgrade. I wish we had the Hunter's Journal, because we would have been able to, well, we'll be able to read all that once we get to it. But I think if I was to describe, because I have a sibling, I think I could consummate an example of what Hornet might be feeling. Oh, she's not at all. See, I told you not to look it up. That's why it's just the worst way I've ever heard anyone describe Hornet. But I think it's not so much a resentment, I think it's somewhat jealousy that Hornet feels towards the vessels, because just because of the way they're designed, they're meant to be more inherently great than she ever was meant to be. In a way, Hornet was just an afterthought, a means to an end. So when she sees all of her other siblings who are brought up, literally groomed to be destined for greatness by these gods and stuff around her, and then she was just kind of there. Was she being jealous of? Being tossed aside? Yeah. Because she was, at the very least, to the Pale King, she was an afterthought. She was just a means to the end to make the seal, so that way he could try to seal away the plague. And because of that, she might feel a sense of jealousy towards the vessels, because she would not have received that much affection or care, even by the Pale Lady. The Pale Lady was saying that, yeah, she's not a child of mine, but I don't really feel any form of resentment towards Hornet. But at the same time, I don't really feel anything towards her. And then her mother, who would have cared for her, was asleep. So... And he hates my ass, and I hate him too. I get you, Hornet. Why is Lorien the most forgettable dreamer, by the way? At least in my opinion. Because I don't think Lorien really had that much of a presence compared to the other two. Both Hera and Lorien have massive, or not Lorien, Monomon have massive lore implications, because they have ties to specific characters. Hornet for Hera and Quarrel for Monomon, respectively. But Lorien just does not have anything like that. I don't think she was jealous at all. She saw what happened to the Hollow Knight. Fair. That's just like a possible explanation as to why she would be so hostile towards them, other than the vessel's inherent mission seemingly being trying to free the Radiance, which is not what they're trying to do. They're trying to reset the seal in a way. Because Lorien resonating for being a dreamer is because he loves Pale King so much, and he wants to kiss him so bad. What is she gonna do to the Radiance, bro? She is nothing. You mean the White Lady? Chill. I understand why vessels are seen as lesser, because the vessels are supposed to have or not supposed to have a mind. Literally not a person. Lorien, my child, watch her nights, protect me, watch me, and I watch. Maybe Hornet hates them because there's too many of them. Like another one of these little creatures. I don't think that's what it is. If I was to guess, I would not say she hates the vessels. At the very least, if I was, and I guess technically jealousy can garner hatred. Yeah, I know, but still, if I was to try and reason why she was so hostile towards the vessels, once again, from her point of view, she just sees these suckers popping up left, right, and center trying to break the seals. Yeah, at a certain point, I just start killing them too. It's not like you could talk or reason with them all that much. The only reason I remember Lorien's objective is because of Watcher Knights. What was the joke? That was a joke. Not being serious, but I don't think she was. That she resents them, was grown to be okay with them because of the night. Yeah, I think that's what happened at the very least. She literally calls the night ghost, like you were supposed to be dead. Yeah, but I also think for this vessel specifically, I think it's a double meaning. Because it's not just that most vessels are supposed to be dead, like the ones that came up from the abyss is like, how you did that, but at the same time, this vessel, its origin is shrouded in mystery. Like, how did it get up out of the abyss and then leave Hollow Nest and then just randomly decide to come back? Yeah, I would describe it as a ghost at a certain point as well, because who are you? You have like almost no history, and yet you just show up here. Maybe because it burrowed itself out, classic bug style. Yeah, I guess it could have found some kind of like tunnel or something, or dug its way out. The other vessels got out too, so yeah, but they stayed in Hollow Nest. A lot of even the more recent vessels that Hornets either fought or killed, we were meant to be dead, bro. Even a Pale King has forsaken us, and we were just shown up, and we just showed up and say, "Fuck it, I'm gonna do it myself." How do you know they stayed in Hollow Nest? Well, just look at, like, the one Hornet kills, right? It clearly woke up recently. It got out of the abyss recently. And it got as far as, a green path. And then Hornet killed it. And then all the one in Nosk areas, it's implied that they tried getting up out of the abyss only to go into the worst possible place they could have gone, which would have been Deepness, and then Nosh just devoured them. And then for Broken Vessel, because you're the only one because you're only in Hollow Nest and Hollow Knight. Hold on, did I miss a few chats? There are other vessels that got up too, but how do you know they stayed in Hollow Nest? How do you know that there aren't any other vessels inside? That's fair. We don't know how many others escaped. But after the events of Hollow Knight, I doubt any more vessels are... They probably just, like... I doubt any more vessels are being made. Obviously, because it's not like the Pale King's around. But I doubt any more are still, like, willing to exit the abyss anymore, because they no longer have a purpose. The Radiance is dead. What purpose would they have? Because you're did Hornet really slime the Green Path vessel? That's what's implied, because she's standing over its corpse and it looks recently dead. I should have read the lore when I was playing the first time. Poor thing got killed by its own sister. What if we see vessels in other kingdoms? I think it's possible. Yeah, I think it's possible, but I don't think they'd be doing much. Because, like I said, their purpose is served. The Radiance is dead. So they unironically would probably be in vegetated states. Yeah, you could, like, try shaking it, and it might just look around flippantly, like, not really cognizant of what to do. Because it's hollowed out. It doesn't really have a person. Sure, it could develop one over time, but at a certain point, you'd have to nurture it to get it to start behaving like it has some sense. The Crystal Peaks vessel? I see where, yes. I was going to seal the Nightmare King Rim in another alternative version. So what if their purpose is served? If they can have minds, they can have desires too, in their own thing. Yeah, that's true, but at the same time, I think because these things, it's also like a level of trauma to it as well. You gotta think, you were born for the specific purpose of killing this one plague in this one specific kingdom. Your father threw you down a hole, made you bathe in this horrific black ooze that literally hollowed you out, basically took your soul too. And now your only purpose, your programming, tells you to kill this thing, but it's dead. So you go through all this stuff, right? And you can't even fulfill the thing you were designed to do. So at a certain point, you just sit there. Yeah, I guess you try to have some aspirations, but the void in of itself, it would make it hard to do that. I think being made for a purpose and doing something else is raw as hell. Built different vessels. Yeah. But the whole point of the vessel in design and nature is that it doesn't even know its purpose yet. Still acts by its own design. In a way. But with the beef that the Radiance and the Shade Lord had, they would still try to actively be, at the very least, hostile towards the Radiance. And with the connection to the Pale King, and the prayer, borderline prayer or chant or whatever, oath, that the Pale King says to the vessel, whatever vessel comes up, even if it doesn't know its whatever inherent purpose is trying to serve, it's going to use that as a base template and you act off instinct from that point on to try and kill the Radiance. But at this point on, like, it's not like I said, the Radiance is dead. It's hard to have a purpose like that anymore. So I think most of the vessels would just sit there, not knowing what to do. I mean, the Hollow Knight literally got out of an egg after the Radiance died. If it was as you said, what if it sat there and done absolutely... No, the Radiance didn't die. The Radiance was always alive. It's just in the spirit world. And I'm not sure exactly how she manifested in the physical world, but the Plague Heart, whatever that is, somehow they got the Pale King got a hold of it. And he was trying to contain it. So he made kids, hollowed them out, so that way he could put the Void Heart into the kid, and hope that the Abyss would be able to just shield it from, I'll talk about the Astro Reading. You literally kill her. Hold on, let me read this message again after that. The Hollow Knight literally got out of the egg after the Radiance died. I guess I see what you're saying. The Hollow Knight was flawed, that's why the... Hold on. Maybe I have to give time for the YouTube chat to catch up. Okay, I'm gonna talk to Sierra so that way she stops making sounds. I don't know why, but that message Freddy posted is just not showing up. I guess I see what you're saying. But I'm just talking about, like, vessels that just crawled out. If there are more vessels in the Abyss, and they crawl out after the fact, I'm not sure what they would do, what they would try to do. In the case of the Pure Vessel, he spent time with the Pale King. So that means he has some measure of emotion. He would have others, like, I guess, other motives, if you will. He spent time around other people. So, some are just built different, I don't know. Yeah. We see Broken Vessel. And Broken Vessel is clearly out for the longest. And even if we don't know where it popped out from, it got the furthest out of everybody. That's plain to see. Finding relief after we dream nail them. I don't like thinking of vessels as if they're AI with one personality. Yeah, that's true. I don't think that they're AI necessarily. Like, I think inherently the concept of the vessels was flawed to begin with. I mean, obviously. That's why at a certain point, either the void itself started telling the vessels, whatever few vessels were remaining, hey, kill the Radiance now, because whatever that guy was trying to do is not working. I don't like trying to fit them into the vessel box either. I mean, I meant to say all or not AI. Misspelled. Okay. Sorry. So I do think all the vessels, to some extent, whether they realize it or not, have some measure of personality or free will. But like I said, because of the void, they would have to figure that out. They'd have to get a personality. They'd have to interact with enough things and learn enough by themselves to evolve to that point, if you will. The motto of the Pale King is flawed as well. No mind to think, except that's why the kingdom was doomed from the very start. So yeah, you also have to factor in, like, how outside once the king long since passed, these vessels that were still in the abyss that crawled up, like our player character, how would they know to fight the Radiance other than, you know, whatever pre-existing DNA programming that the Pale King might have tampered with, right? But at a certain point, I do genuinely believe the void itself started saying, hey, kill the Radiance right now, kill it, I want it dead, I've been wanting it dead, it should have died a long time ago, kill it. And because of that, they probably had some base instinct to naturally seek out the Radiance and try at the very least fighting it. No mind to think the Path of Pain cutscene lying on the table. And I honestly think that the vessels can either develop a personality by themselves through interactions with nature or people themselves, considering this basic mechanism of every living creature. Yeah, no, that's how they work. We know that's how they work because well, two examples, actually. Obviously, the pure vessel. Like, the way he looks back at our player character, and then also, the interaction the Pale King and him have, or them have, sorry, at the end of, a Path of Pain. And then, Lost Kin. How they bow towards you after you set them free. Like, they're thinking to themselves, finally, I can just rest. I no longer have to worry. Right? So we know for a fact that's a thing that they can do. And even our player character is implied to, like, develop in a similar fashion because of certain side quests you're able to do. Like, why would the knight feel any inclination to take the delicate flowers to as many NPCs as they are able to in the game? Unemployment final boss. The hunter does say the bugs got too greedy and lazy because the kingdom granted them mind. That probably played into the person who read everything a hunter journal entry. So yeah, just it's hard to say what if there are any more vessels left, or even what if there are vessels left. What are they doing as of right now? Well, let's be honest. Would anyone else be happier if the Radiance infected every other? Hold on, let me read that again. But let's be honest. Would everyone else be happier if Radiance infected every other race before Pale King could reach Hollow Nest? Honestly, I'm not sure how to even make a comment on that, as I just don't fully understand it. I mean, yeah, isn't that what the game says about the vessels, basically? They can develop minds, period. Although the Pale King's morals and actions aren't purely unfinished thought, clearly.
Ah, you've returned. Let me have a look at the dream nail. You've already collected 100 essence. Quick work. Things come naturally to you, don't they?
Purely what?
No wonder the dreamers tried to bury you in that old dream. Although the Pale King's actions and morals aren't purely black or white, I'm guessing that's what that is meant to mean. It was better future than the Radiant had designed. Period. Yeah. Perhaps you frightened them, or perhaps, being prisoners themselves, they desired your company. In any case, you still have a long way to go. Take this old trinket as encouragement from me, and return when you've collected 200 essence. Freddy says they want they want to kill me. Who wants to kill you? Asred. Hollowness seal. More lore. Hollowness seal. Official seal of the Kingdom of Hollowness, symbolizing the authority of the king and his kingdom. I think I need to move this. The relic from Hollowness Past. This now holds little value except to those This item now holds little value except to those dedicated to the kingdom's history. So that is a nice, I think, 450 Geo. You and the Dream Nail both seem a little sharper, but you still have a long way to go. Return to me once more, once you have collected 200 essence. This kingdom is full of old memories, both beautiful and grotesque. Seek them out, reveal them, gather essence. Yes. Real, to be honest. Is it not 100 that it opens at? I thought it was. Well, we did that. Now it is time to move on. Now, after all of that, chat, now we go to Crystal Peaks. Because I think there's one more thing we can do in Crystal Peaks before we move on to the intended route. I'm so tired. Look, I know, but we fighting Azrad. But we have to beat the Plague Heart. We have to. It's ordained by the king. What direction am I going? Either I lose at the ascent or phase 3. Well, the ascent sucks, so there's your... That should make you feel a little better. The ascent sucks for everyone. Jesus. Unless you're like someone who goes out of their way to exclusively... Why? Where? What? This is not... Right, sorry. Never fought Azra because I was too busy doing other things. Then try P5. I never oh, I just read it twice, Jesus. Sorry. That was a different thing that popped up. You wanna know what sucks about doing both videos and streaming? Had to access the Eternal Ordeal. I can actually show you how to do that. I can't go there. I can show you how to access Eternal Ordeal. But, I'd have to get to, like, a bench first, something along those lines. What was I about to say? Oh!
It's in the corner of the... God. I know how to... Oh. It's in the corner of the upper right side. Why do I keep... But I can't... But I physically can't. Oh! You're just having a hard time being able to get up there. Yeah, it can suck. Skillish. Oh my lord, I have to do all that over again. Kiki's sus. Steel Soul's easy except for Hornet Sentinel. I don't remember, now I think about it, last time I've had a... Oh lord. Am I have to fight my way out? I have no soul. Oh god, oh god. Is this how I die? You know what? I'm just not going to mess with that. Hornet Sentinel is surprisingly fast for a rematch, not gonna lie. The Hornet is easy in general. Yeah, I've not had a hard time with Hornet Sentinel since my first playthrough, honestly. I wish I did not have to take that bench, but I'd rather be safe than sorry. Hornet Sentinel was, Jesus. Okay. Oh wait, I can sequence break, I just realized. Because I could get your attention and pogo off you. But not like that. Jesus. I'm only missing 2 achievements. Speedrun 1. I'd rather not take the chance. I've already lost way too many hearts. I'm only missing 2 achievements, one being Absolute Radiance ending, and the other one is Faster Speedrun 1. I'm going to commit... I've never seen that word before. Even a Pale King hasn't committed before. Or why do I always have beef with people in your chat? Well, you're the one starting the beef! It's the second time. Is announcing their gamer rage in real time. I don't start beef? Yeah, right. Fridge is just arguing because they suck at Absrad. Unknown Gamers, right, by the way. In fact, start the beef. E loves beef, apparently. Sorry, I just had to get a little bit of something to eat. Because it has been quite some time now. I'm just gonna try rush past those 2 crystal shooter fly things. Drops in and out every half an hour. Hey, I'm just like him in other people's chats. Bros aura farming. Nonchalant chant member. I do the same thing he does. I'll chat like once every 4 years, and the streamer somehow still catches my message specifically. I'm hungry as hell too. So, will hug the left. I think over there... Where is it? Wasn't there, like... Going to devour radiance. I'm going to devour radiance juice. Go eat food instead of raging over Azrad. They still beefing. Talk about eating radiance juice. My dad finally calls. I can rest. It's because Unknown inspired to start a new Souls playthrough, Steel Soul playthrough for prepare for silksong. What's going on? Well, we did everything we could in Crystal Peaks just about. I cannot think of anything else to do. Ah! See you later, Unknown. Have a good time playing Hollow Knight. Alright, see you later. See you later, Freedy. Have a good one listening to Azrad. And they're still beefing! Chat members be beefing. Can you get out of the way? Eat well. Get me out of this dank crystal cave. Don't get mad at Hollow Knight. Oh, the goal's about to expire. About to reset it. Except Markov. Sorry. I'm lost. I'm trying to figure out what to do. I have to change positions of the chat. Let's do top left. No. Yes. Okay. Let's see how that works. Hopefully that's better. Where do I go? We do have a rancid egg I can give to Gigi. Why is my chat not refreshing on YouTube? Because it sure is on... Okay, there we go. What was I doing? We got people flirting in my chat. Now I understand why streamers are always talking about why is the chat always making out. I understand now. Chat, why are you making out? I'm lost. Mega lost. I don't know where I'm going. I don't know what I can do. Bro said they're going. Ah. Because they love me so much. I'm free Kiki, that's why. Got some freaks in my chat, apparently. Okay, after like 3 hours of prep, work and doing a bunch of side activities, literally in sequence breaking, guys, we finally get to go to Green Path, as Team Cherry intended. Can you believe it? You know, because it's entirely normal to see Dreamer Masks and Resting Ground appear on the map before ever going anywhere near, you know, Green Path. That's so normal. And that's after buying out all the shops. Time for some colors other than blue. True. Ow. Ouch. Brother, I'm gonna have to heal again. This sucks. Time for Silksong Girl. Ow. Ah, one mask is fine. I have one more than I'm supposed to have at this one anyway. Please, good RNG. Speedrunners are fuming. They are livid. I got 2. Oh, this would have been world record pace. Speedrunners would be livid. Time for Hornet Aura farming session. Green Path. Guys, fellers. A color other than blue. We actually have to go back. We need to collect soul, reset the room. And I need to kill all those flies up there. Or whatever they're called again. Really makes one wonder. Wonder why it's called that. Yeah, why is it called Green Path? Scientists are baffled. Scientists discover that Green Path is called Green Path. They're baffled. Should be called Milk Path. They're up there, right? They should be. Yes. So now I just need to cast... And that's all those guys. Bro loves milk and beef. What's E's obsession with milk? Hey, look, E's just... He's just a chill guy. That's horrible, I should not have said that. I'm still here, by the way. Ow! Reading chat, but I can't hear, sorry. Brother said... Later, guys, you're lurking. I can't believe you. Green Path is such a vibe when I first entered it. I remember when I first entered Green Path, I was like, whoa, this place is so different from where I just was. Which was smart game design on Team Cherry's behalf. Because, yeah, you would be seeing a lot of gray, and this is a good contrast to see. I was playing so slowly because the art is so beautiful. I have nothing better to do. My jaw dropped. Also, kind of regret my actions. For what? I'm sorry, Pookie. My chat needs to stop flirting. For beefing with me earlier. I have to kill those guys too, so... I'm just going to put a marker exactly where I am. And I'm going to... Nope. How do I remove that? There. Wait. No. Change marker? God, I can't see. Oh, there we go. Not about beefing. Not even the simplest things are beef, to be honest. But yeah, whatever's that. Okay, Pookie, redemption arc. We're having a romance subplot over here. How long have you been watching? How long have you been watching Unknown? Well, I started this chat. No, I know very well that question was not for me. I kind of like it, to be honest. Actually, was that question for me? How long have I been watching? Like, this weird romance subplot? Longer than I would like to admit. But you guys refuse to stop doing it, so it's not like I have a choice at this point. I think it was for me. Well, how long have you been watching? Or are you a fake fan? I mean, I came here from the same video as you. Can't hear you, no, sorry. I don't know if that is what's the word? I don't know if that's satire, or you genuinely can't hear me. These chatters need to stop flirting! So, we need to go back, we need to remember to go back into that room and kill all the flies eventually. I'm just gonna try my best to ignore this. Look! It's Silksong! Guys! It's Silksong, guys! Oh! We need to get her! If we catch her, it'll accelerate the release date of Silksong. We need to catch her! Silksong tomorrow. No! Hey, Geo. I don't have a map, and it's pissing me off. Where's Cornifer? I was so lucky. Did Horda really silk her song when she came face to face with the Hollow Knight? We got freaky chat today. I need a map! Hornet is for the infected crossroads. Okay, that is creative. Don't you slander her name like that. Or you won't get silksong. You should listen to him. What he's saying, he speaks the truth. I can finally hear unknown. Respect silksong, girl. Okay, my memory of this place is actually foggier than I thought it was, because right now, all the movements you're seeing, the directions I'm going, is all muscle memory. Squeet's funniest name ever. Is that what they're called? I know the Knight, the Hollow Knight, Hornet, and Grim before even play the game a few months ago. Isn't this a contrast from the crossroads? Yes, that's normal. Such a humid, lively place. The roads twist and turn in the most wondrous ways. I've done my best to chart the area ahead, though I must admit, some of the area's inhabitants prove quite a nuisance. I don't know anything about Hollow Knight when I first played it. Bought it purely off instinct. I got it through, the way I got it was through, what's the word? PlayStation Plus. Then I bought it not long after. I saw it and was like, this looks cool, not gonna lie. Not knowing it would change my life. Yeah, this game unironically changed a lot of people's lives. It's funny to say stuff like that because you think back to like that meme of like that guy be like, "You changed my life," and then it's just the image of the game going, "I'm literally just a game." But some things just have that effect. Are you yet to buy Deltarune Chapter 3 to 4? Yeah, I still have to save up some and buy it. I just had other priorities monetarily wise. You're taking too long. You could also say the same thing about Hollow Knight, just as Kiki said. Yeah, this game changed my life. No, it definitely changed my life because I have at least somewhat of a platform on YouTube because of it. Ow. We can finally track, enemies. There's still 40 in my chat! A Turkish Deltarune server. What a join. Doing Jackbox event tonight.
Tidy Squib, you approach fearlessly. Are you a hunter like me? Do you feel the urge inside to stalk, to kill, to understand?
No one's getting mad, true.
Then take this, my journal.
I'll invite you and accept my, invite. Getting mad like Grim being, hit mid-grade. Alright, already do Pookie. Liar! Anyway.
It will aid you.
People who hit Grim mid-bow are not real. True. Definitely true. And you did? Sorry, I didn't check.
At first, the text may seem difficult to discern, but a learned hunter will come to understand its words. Venture the depths of the land and slay its beasts. Prove yourself worthy to bury the mark of a hunter.
A hunter? Like, that sounds almost like blah, 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 blah. Bloodborne. Do. The Hunter's Journal. Press the D-pad to open the menu and navigate to the journal panel. Blah blah blah. Defeat enemies to add new entries to the journal and decipher the Hunter's Journal notes. Or the Hunter's notes.
Little Squib, you have overcome a few creatures, but you are only just beginning.
How do I make this about Bloodborne? Hey, I'm the least obsessed Bloodborne fan, alright? I see Hunter and I lose my mind.
Don't delay. Descend into the belly of the world. And life you find. And hunt down the life you find.
Scam, I can't dreamnail him. Where is the tab for it again? Yesterday I was watching Turkish TikTokers talk shit about Hollow Knight as he was about to finish it. He has 7 masks, 5 charm notches, and mid charms while having no spell upgrades and struggling with Hollow Knight. He was making me hella mad. Not gonna lie, yeah. He said Hollow Knight was trash. It was a trash Metroidvania successor. I have heard that opinion from 2 people in both videos. Well, that would be the second person I've heard it from, but the other person I heard, that video was not good. At the best, it was a very deceptively made video. With a lot of disingenuous arguments that at a certain point he was just trying to make Metroid look good. Or Super Metroid, more specifically. I listen to Turkish people opinions about games because I know their opinions won't be good. But Kiki, aren't you, anyway, I still don't have TikTok, thankfully. It's Turkish. The Turks who say Hollow Knight copied Ori. What? The age-old debate that has been proven wrong several times. Look at all this reading, chat, I now have to do. Yes, I'm Turkish. Yes, I hate Turks. I guess I can't argue with that. Timid scavenger that crawls through the caverns for food.
Dull, pathetic, hardly worth killing.
Flying predator that pursues its prey relentlessly.
This fierce little hunter will bravely chase down creatures many times its size. Admirable. It is weak, though. And I have devoured hundreds of them with little effort or care.
Oh my god, I love Hunter journal entries. Yes. I'm a human and hate humanity as a whole, not gonna lie. The only capable species of doing that, but by the way, humans are interesting. They get so much insight on the kingdom and the way it works. Yes, this is true objectively. Gruzzer. Simple-minded creatures that haphazardly buzz around, bumping into things. I want to collect and read every single piece of entry if I wasn't so if I wasn't so lazy ass. I hate myself. Yeah, I've done it every playthrough. Don't know why. I really do not have to. I've all except the Lands of Storm things. I think that's RNG. You just do it enough times until it happens. Like going in and out of Godhome.
They only seem dimly aware of their surroundings, making them easy prey to cut your fangs on. What is it that guides them on their paths? It almost seems like they search for ways to die.
Thank God Tuner Memories. God Tuner Memories don't give you anything. Oh. Was I wrong about that? Oh, you're talking about the mask. Yeah, you need to do, all, what? Two gross mothers have to kill them in the, whole Coliseum of Fools. Yeah, you have to do Pantheon 5 all bindings to get the Land of Storm, yeah. Mature Gruzzer that carries its young in its belly. Attacks by hurling its huge body around. Tick Tick. Uses its small, sharp claws to climb on... RNG thing doesn't give you anything. Climbs along walls and roves.
Spends its time tapping away through the roads and caverns near the surface of this kingdom. If you're patient, you can wait for it to come to you and pick it off.
I ain't even beat it without bindings. Aspid Hunter. Beats its prey by spitting corrosive acid, often hunts in packs. I need to kill 4 more though, so you might have to go to Crossroads, guys. I'm sorry. Aspid Mother carries the eggs of its young inside its belly. Can hatch and breed as young as needed to deal with Can hatch and birth its young as needed to deal with intruders. I need to kill 10 more of these suckers. Aspid hatchlings. I need to kill 15 more. Recently birthed, these young aspids instinctually swarm around intruders. Wandering husk. The remains of a bug animated by strange force wanders the roads where it's once lived. 10 more. Husk Hornhead. The remains of a bug animated by a strange force used its horn to attack any uninfected creatures it finds. Leaping Husk. It will instinctively leap at uninfected creatures to attack them. It aggressively attacks It aggressively attacks any unaffected creatures it finds. There are certain entries that really have me pause and think, damn. I just love how some of them are written. Yeah. I also have a few of those as well. 27! Oh my lord. Husk Warrior, 6 more. The remnants of a bug, reanimated by a strange force, wields a nail and shield. Great Husk Guard. I definitely killed enough of these. The remains of a great Husk crossguard, animated by strange force. Instincts still drive it to guard its post against intruders.
large and stronger than their brothers. These bugs are still
Hold on.
These bugs are still focused to steal their weapons from the
Hold on, someone just said something in chat. There are entries in the journal, the puff pink things from the waterways. This says extremely amusing creatures or something. Yeah, I remember that one. It had me laughing. Like everything else has all these words describing it, and this one looks funny. Yeah. It's talking about those pufferfish, if I recall correctly.
These bugs are still forced to steal their weapons from the remains of other creatures. They do not roam or hunt, however, forever standing guard and lashing out at anything that wanders near.
False Knight, first boss. A maggot driven mad by a strange force inhabits a stolen armored shell.
Weak creatures love to steal the strength of others. Their lives are brief and fearful, and they yearn to have the power to dominate those who have dominated them.
We've got a boulder. Rolls into a ball and propels itself at intruders who wander into its territory, aggressive even when newly born. 7 more, elder boulder. Broody and covered in a thick plating. Retreats into itself when attacking.
As they age, these creatures become too heavy and lumpy to roll around freely. Instead, they curl up and hide from the world. As they do, or what do they think in there, wrapped up inside themselves? More carefree times, perhaps.
We got moss creepers, weaklings that cover themselves in leaves to appear larger, hide among the undergrowth. 25 more. Mosskin, plant-like bug that charges at a foe when close. Volatile mosskin. Plant-like bug swollen and infected. Releases deadly gases when threatened. Fool Eater, 14 more, 20 more. Carnivorous plant that snaps at creatures that come close. Squid. Hey, you were saying this is your favorite named one. Charges at prey with its needle-like proboscis. Mask fly, harmless fly creature that favors serene environments. Usually travels in flocks. Glimback. Glimback. Am I saying that right? Gleamback? Slow, hardy creatures. The crystals that grow on their backs provide extra protection from foes above. Crystal hunters. I hate these things. Flies. Fire shards of fast-growing crystals and intruders. Husk miner. Remains of a bug drawn to the crystal peaks for its precious crystals. Its claw pick, that's what they're called? Claw picks. Now double as fierce weapons. Brooding Mauler, furious but extremely social creature, becomes agitated if not able to mingle with others of its own, with its own kind, sorry.
I hear this beast crying out sometimes as I prowl the caverns, although I've never actually laid eyes on it. Who or what is it calling for? As far as I can tell, its voice is never answered.
Oh, that's sad. 0. Lingering dreams of a fallen warrior executed for crimes against the king. A life defined by tragedy and triumph. A death marred by sorrow and regret. A spirit burdened by sin and memories. Both to better to wander the world than to be cursed with glory. 0. I can't believe Tiso got crushed by that thing. Yeah. And the shade. We get this by default, which implies that it's still somewhat canon, which is an interesting lore revelation in of itself. Like I said, I think both Steel Soul and just the base Hollow Knight game mode are both canon to some degree. Shade, echoes of a previous life. Defeat it to retake its power and become whole. Zero is the name of an online server I played on for an MMO. Echoes of a previous life. Yeah, actual fire. It's like the lore entries towards the bottom become like some of my favorite. Like this like borderline like poetry line that they came up with Zero here at like cinema, absolute cinema. They did not have to go that hard, but they did. Each of us leave behind an imprint on the... Hold on, let me read ahead just a little bit, just make sure I understand everything correctly.
Each of us leave behind an imprint of something when we die, a stain on the world. I don't know how much longer this kingdom can bear the weight of so many past lives.
This bug shit gets serious. True. And that is, we're done. Now we just need to worry about going back to certain areas and killing a certain amount of enemies to get their lore entries. But that's a big chunk of reading we got out the way. And that's what I was most concerned about. And that is why for the like video format, because once I've done streaming all this, I'm going to make like a quick video series. I'll just be casually playing through the game again. And maybe even after Silksong comes out and I beat it. Because I am going to try... I hope they announce like a pre-order soon for it. So that way, you know, I can get the game sooner. But once the game comes out, right, I want to, after the fact, go back and do like a lore run series like I originally wanted to do on my YouTube. But first, like, it's just it's just easier to do like stuff like this in the stream format for a lot of reasons. First grub we've seen in a while. Buddy was bloodthirsty. $2 weeks. Now I think about it, will they even bother with a pre-order window? Because it is, unironically, the fact that we're saying that in the year 2025, Silksong is right around the corner. We do not have to wait that long. It's barely even 2 weeks anymore. It's more like a week at this point away. So I wonder if they'll even bother with a pre-order window. And even then with a pre-order, like, if you do pre-order stuff, then it becomes a question of, will there... Oh! It's Silksong! There's Silksong, guys! Shaw tomorrow. New lore entry. We unfortunately have to read that. Fat, slow-flying bug. Frequently, discharges acidic liquid stored in its fat, round body. Nice impression. Hey, I like to think that I have impressions as like a side gig. Those who stray from the White King's road shall face the law of Un. Here's another thing. Which goes back to what I was saying. There, like I said, there were like tribes and stuff that were existing after the Void Kingdom, but before... Can you do a Tiso impression? I'd have to talk to him again to remember what he sounds like, because I don't remember. I remember it being kind of nasally. But, yeah. Squidward's voice. Salima. Is that close? I think that's what he sounded like. But, yeah, going back to what we were talking about earlier, there were just other deities in Hollowness before the Pale King showed up. And then he made, like, deals with... I wonder who slimed, Ishma? Yeah... I don't think... I'm not sure if we'll get that answer. Of, like, what exactly happened to Ishma. Just finished the last bit of the food I had over there. Oh, sorry, Isma, sorry. I know I said Ishma. I think I was thinking about someone else, because I know another character of that name. So, the god of the Green Path and the maker of the Mosskin. Very little information on, but from what little we understand, we know that and the Pale King made some kind of pact with each other. They made some kind of pact with each other. What is even about, bro? The god of green. True. Slug. He just gives out he just gives out charm and leaves. I think the Mosskin were actually born of Un's dreams, if I recall correctly. And all of Green Path as well. So, when the Pale King showed up, and they needed a new place for Pilgrim's Way, the Pale King made a arrangement with Un in order to let what's the word? In order to let passage through Green Path, safe passage, so that way people will no longer have to go through the one that used to be in Fungal Waste, I think it was. Jesus. Gives charm, doesn't elaborate, leaves. Giga Chad on. Jesus. Gotta go cook, I'll be back later. Alright, see you later. E. Just like Grim. True, actually, now I think about it. Actually, very true. I'm going to actually walk back a bit. Bro's gonna cook milk and beef. Possibly. Possibly, he might just. He doesn't even tell us, the whole deal. What you mean? You want flames and shit? What do you mean you want to become a god so bad, Grim? I gotta try and save as much soul as possible. I'm going to go back to that, bench. I remember what I did. Jesus Christ. I lured a Vengefly up, and I used it to skip upwards to get to Hornet's Heart quicker. I remember now. Because I never learned how to do Fireball. Oh, I'm cooked. I wasted that soul. Anything for Pookie Grim. Horrible. I know, did you use the Vengefly to skip dash requirement for grub in— Yes, I did. That's what I do every playthrough because it's so easy. Horrible. You hate love and passion? To some extent, yes, actually. I don't know. Unironically. Unironically. They say my hunger's a problem. Bro spent insert amount of hours trying to skip a mash shard with a Vengefly, but I did it and it was worth it. And I know you haven't done it, so I get bragging rights. I've done it multiple times, so I get extra bragging rights. I get super duper bragging rights. That's right. Of course. Alright, where's that not Vengefly, Squit, whatever it's called. I started watching Evangelion today. I gotta— oh, that's nice. I gotta continue watching it. I haven't done it because I like to use my time for something better. Have a good stream, Unknown. Alright, see you later. Have fun with Ava. Watch it when I was 14. I have a Ray plushie. The infamous Ray plushie. The one that... Oh wait, I think I just killed the thing. Nope, never mind, there it is. Okay. Oh! I'm goated. What do you mean? There was a Lump Biscuit concert in Istanbul. Why is it not appearing in my oh wait, hold on. Oh yeah, in Istanbul a few days back, I bought my Ray plushie. I brought my Ray plushie to it because Fred has Ray as his PFP on social media. You say Lump Biscuit? Look, I don't know. Biscuit? Is that how it said? Istanbul? Istanbul? Istanbul. That's how it said, right? Istanbul. Istanbul. Look, man, I'm doing a lot of reading. You never heard? No, I haven't. I'm sorry. Hidden Un, we need you now. We grow tired. We grow tired away from you. Our leaves are falling. So, look, man, I don't know. I don't know how. So, from this lore tablet, we get that the Mosskin, to some extent, needed for the Rolly guys. Oh, I've heard that song at the very least. I have not heard their name, unfortunately. One of these days where you don't, where you... Ow. That's what I get for reading chat. One of those days where you don't want to wake up. I'm distracted by a lot of things. At least you know Linkin Park, right? Yeah. But it's hard not to as a Transformers fan. Let's be honest. Where is it? Moss Charger. There we go. Timid creatures that frighten away intruders by covering itself in huge clumps of moss. Nice. What I've done. Anyway. Yeah, so that lore tablet we just read, right? It talked about how the Mosskin were begging for Un to return because they were getting tired. Shitty anime though. It was in the new Devil May Cry. I can kill all of you. I killed all of them. Well, I do not believe I can get up here without any major skip. And that sucks. Please still be here. Unless he died. Oh, that killed him. Well, that counts. If he does not respawn, that means he died, and that means we do not need to worry. That was so unnecessary, but I did it anyway. I keep losing my train of thought. Right, the lore tablet. It's talking about how the Mosskin were begging for Un's return. Because they were talking about how they were growing tired without Un's presence. And their leaves were falling and stuff. Without other lore tablets, I will admit I'm not overtly familiar with the lore in, Green Path specifically. But if I was to guess, without reading anything else, they were probably suffering from the side effects of the fact that they were made from, Un's dreams and stuff. And I would not be surprised if, at a certain point, Un's dreams just started fading. So unless Un intervened more directly and did something to counteract the effects of her dreams fading. But I guess it's not like you could blame Un at a certain point. Because what is Un going to do against the Radiance? It's not like it's implied that Un is inherently powerful in the sense of combat prowess, right? Maybe not like the Pale King. I never thought about Un much. Yeah. And to some extent, I'll go as far as to say, I'm not sure Team Cherry did either. I mean, they clearly did, but they did not give, at the very least, as much lore as they would have given for, like, the Pale Lady, the Pale King, Grim, the Radiance, Shade Lord, all them. And whatever other greater, deities exist in the lands of Hollow Nest. So over here is another charm. And Luma flies for some reason. The only place they appear here. I need dash, I forgot. Oh, we see some mushrooms, so that's the first bit of fungal waste we see. Did I get anything new? No. I forgot to go back to Gigi. Or not Gigi, Jin, to sell the egg. 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 Somewhere Shermie is losing his mind. Look, it's John Silksong! It's John Silksong! Right there! No, come back! We need Silksong! I don't think we're getting Silksong, guys. POV, the Hollow Knight fan base, once Silksong actually finally gets announced and they see Hornet. Where is it? Where's Silksong? Just the Omni-Man meme. Where is he? Where's Omni-Man? Can I make that jump? Oh, I can definitely. If I jump, actually. Not fast enough. I don't think I can. I just got lucky there. Definitely cannot make that jump. And we're back here. Let us just go back in Hornot's direction. And get answers as to when Silksong is. It's John Silksong again! Guys, we need to follow her! No! John Silksong, come back, we need... I don't think we're getting Silksong, guys. She keeps running. She's trying to delay the release of Silksong more than she already has. It's so Jover. I'm lost. I forget where I'm going. Implying Hornet is the reason Silksong took so long. True. More Lord Tiblets. From moss and leaf our life is drawn. While it grows upon the path, we shall never wilt. So, I'm guessing that tablet was written far early. Oh, I just hit the mic. Far earlier than the one we saw, not that long ago. I can get you. Away, 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 away! Bloodborne reference. Eat when. By the way, the reason why I haven't, like, dream-nailed a lot of the enemies, if you will, even though I know I can, is because a lot of them just say the same thing. Alright, I need to actually time it. There we go. Eat when. Ow. So that lore tablet back there, right, anyway? I'm guessing it was made way earlier. Probably in, like, the earliest days of, Green Path's existence. Why am I... You know what, I'm having a rough go of it. Alright? I'm having a hard time. Shut up. Simple flying creature protected by spiky shell. Wonderful. What is up this way again? We cannot go from... Shit. What I would have given to be a simple flying creature. Yeah, you don't have to worry about taxes, you just float around, everything's mad chill. We need to follow John Silksong. We need to get that release date as soon as possible. Even though we already have it, we need to get it sooner. We need to convince John Silksong to release it today. Silksong tomorrow. Ah! Oh, how I've longed to wield thee, my holy blade. What the... Ah! If I fall down this hole again. At least I'm getting soul from this. Certain point we have to fight, go all the way back and fight No Eyes. I would do it without dash, but I'm already this far to this side of Green Path, and I do not feel like turning around. There's one right there. No, it's not. Seeing things. Ow. Where is she? Where's John Silksong? Where is she? John Silksong. Where's John Silksong? A toll machine with the symbol of a bench. Insert Geo, yes. Update my MIP. Yep. Alright, so we need to also put some pins here to highlight enemies we have to kill there. Ah, I tried double jumping to recover. Force of habit, I suppose. Seeing as I don't sleep anymore. I hope I remembered all the hidden walls properly. Because that'll be the first one in a long time that I've actually hit. There is no moss crawlers. I'm having a hard time with the vertical elevation of everything. What is over there? This is where Hornet jumped from, right? No. Jump. The fact that I have to kill 20 of them and they're actually one of the rarest enemies in the entire game is so funny. It's not even 20, it's like 20 something. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, look at this, a lifeblood cocoon. And a new lore entry, even though I should have had this already. Life seed. Small scuttling seed filled with lifeblood, which can be extracted and consumed for its healthful? I've never seen that word before. Properties. And another lore tablet. The greater mind once dreamed of leaf and cast these caverns so. What I wouldn't do to be a small scuttling seed. Something a theme here. In every bush and every vine, the mind of Un reveals itself to us. So yeah, that was just confirming what I was saying earlier, how Un literally dreamed this place into existence. Anything but a Turk, man. Oh, that was nice. I parried the crap out of him, though. Protects the protector of the green path, trained in the ways of the nail and shell. Right. Me when I get a brief character introductory bio. Now it's time for the part of the run that you were dreading the most, Kiki. I'm sure you need no reminder of where we are. There goes all my lifeblood. Look, it's 112%. I can't prolong it. I can prolong it by going in here. But it must be done for true 112%. Well, that's a problem. One, two, one, 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 one. Alright, there's another cave crawler over here. I'm going to heal. A lot of Geo. A lot more than I remember there being here. Ow. Maybe I should have gotten dash first. Well, I cannot properly prolong it because I forgot that this place needs dash. So we have to go and save Zoot. We have to. We have to save Zoot. We have to go, it's zooting time, and then zoot all over the place. There he is! Oh, please. I forgot to do it. I wonder. Oh! I did it! Rage. Defend, kill. Jesus, I'm gonna die at this rate. I want to get one more. Barely missed it. Whatever. Got more lore out of that than I thought I would have. Jesus, Fell's lore down. Get an extra mask. 1, 2, 3. There we go. It took way longer than it would have any other attempt, but that's just because I actually thought to dream nail it. Look, it's your favorite character. It's everyone's favorite character.
Just what do you think you're doing? You dare come between me and my prey? Is it a habit of yours to scurry about getting in the way and causing bother? Know this, cur. I, Zote the Mighty, a knight of great renown, I am Zote the Mighty, sorry. Cross me again, and you will find out why they call my weapon Life Ender. Why are you still bothering me for? I am a knight. I'm not interested in your childish games. I need my rest. Be gone, lest I draw my nail.
I just realized he's Gilgamesh. Anyway.
Foolish beast, you dulled your mandibles by gnawing on my indestructible body. No wonder you are defeated by this weakling.
And that was Zote, everybody. Everyone's favorite character. Everyone loves Zote. Could you believe it, guys? Zote today. That's right, everyone. Zote is tomorrow. Or Zote Day, whatever, I forget. It's been a long time since I've watched that meme, now I think about it. God. Alright, I'll play your game. Even though I do not want to. I hear a grub. Mew and Tiso is mean to me. Oh, you're so nice. Mew and Zote is mean to me. Hello? Human resources? Up, you know what? Yeah. The green children walked for the dream unto these lands. There we now shall wait, patient, for the call to return to Un. I'm guessing they're implying that Un eventually is going to come back and put them to some kind of rest or sleep, or maybe like revitalization. That's one. Ow. It's two. That was easier than I thought it was going to be. Oh, how I've longed to wield thee. Wield thee. Yeah, he's just Gilgamesh. You probably have no idea who I'm talking about. There's this character for Final Fantasy, like just the franchise, or current character by the name of Gilgamesh. And he famously, he's a swordsman, right? But unlike Zote, he can actually back up what he's talking about. He's a master of every form of martial arts just about. And every form of like hand-to-hand combat slash weapon, whatever. I need to get out of here and heal. And a lot of the stuff he says, I now realize reminds me of Gilgamesh. But Zoe is just annoying, while Gilgamesh is a tangible threat, who's also cool. Okay, we did that. We freed the Groob. We dropped this. This leads us back... where? Okay, there. Matter of fact, because I now realize his similarities, at least somewhat personality-wise, to Gilgamesh, every time I voice Zote from this point on, I'm just going to voice Gilgamesh. It'll make it more tolerable for me. Moss chargers. Ugh. 55% percent 55 presets of Gilgamesh. He would have 55, actually. Oh yeah, that was the first Wanderer's Journal. Oh yeah, the Vengefly King too. Vengefly King. What's Patriarch? Patriarch? I've never seen that word before. Patriarch. Patriarch. Patriarch? I think it might be pronounced Patriarch. Of a Vengefly colony, swoops at intruders and cries out for reinforcements if threatened. Patriarch. Patriarch. Okay. Patriarch. Okay. Yeah. I think I was close enough. I'm just going to say I was, even if I do not believe myself. Jesus. Missed. You need to die. Ah. Look, I said I was going to say I was close enough, even if I do not believe it, alright? Pal. Okay, that's that. But I swear there was like what I call again? Ah. There they are. And I believe, yeah, that's the room fully cleared. Let's run down here to get And open. Fool Eater, that's what they're called. Yep, now we just need to go back up to Stag Station. Unlock that. I wish I had Mantis Claw. That would make this go by so much faster. Bench! Maze. If we did do no eyes, it would have just been a vessel fragment, right? If I recall correctly. And yes, let's pay for this. I need to go back to Forgotten, not Dirtmouth, and then sell this egg to Gigi. Stag.
You've opened several stag stations now, haven't you? I'm thankful for the opportunity to once again travel through the kingdom. As I visit places, I feel my memories returning. Like the stagways of my mind are running once more.
Forgotten Dirtmouth, true.
Continue to open the stations, and you'll have my deepest gratitude. This place is much changed since I last saw it.
There's no Gigi in Still Soul. Is any replaced by Jin? Yeah, but I say Gigi out of force of habit.
The greenery grows so wild. The station looks to be consumed by it.
Yes, it is. Look at this filled out map. I'm the map. I'm the map.
Techuro.
Oh, look who it is. So, do you have anything new?
Bapanada.
Nothing new.
You there!
Oh, wait.
You there! Why are you sulking about in the shadows? Yes, your eyes do not deceive you. I, the mighty Zote, a knight of great renown, tremble before me.
Bapanada.
While you were hiding in your dingy little village, I ventured into the dark pits below us and slew a great beast. It had sharp mandibles and atrocious manners. Yes, all glory to me, but I don't have time for your adulation, I think is how it said, right? Adulation. I must rest and prepare for my next journey down. That daft old fellow over there seems to think this the very air is deadly down in the caverns. Perhaps he should consider not breathing. He keeps talking about dreams, too. Ha! Dreams are for those who are too feeble to truly live.
What a squiddle, right?
What a squiddle little hamlet this is. The air is foul, and the townsfolk have
Betty eyes? Betty eyes. Or sorry, Christ. Just processing my brain. Beady eyes. All this reading. I think how long have I been streaming? 4 hours. Maybe that's what it is. I haven't eaten anything. I have not eaten anything. My voice is starting to feel all the voice acting. Good God, gravy. Brother, I've been streaming for 4 hours. I'd like to see you do this while remembering all the crap I'm doing Take a break? Well, now I'm not going to. Look what you did. And the townsfolk have beady eyes. I'll be heading back down as soon as possible. Yeah. Bop. This dreary place. It reminds me of home. How ghastly. Deepest bit of lore you'll ever get for Gilgamesh over there. My understanding of hollowness can be a little vague, but below those leafy caverns is a fungal grove, once home to peaceful creatures, not quite bug and not quite plant. Sounds almost worth a visit, no? Well, there's a downside. The dreadful stench. A noxious odor fills the place. Feeling tired? No. I forgot, we also have to talk to Elderbug every time we visit someplace new. Papasude. And that is all the lore, in a way, here. Yep, I'm starting to feel it. VOD watchers, if you're wondering why I sat here not eating, not drinking, not taking a break from my voice or anything, or getting up to stretch, blame Kiki, because they told me to take a break and now I refuse to. Jin. It came back. Does it remember Jin? Will it offer gift? Trade for useless shinies? Lore is what happens before the story. This seems more like this seems more like the story. Wait, no. Before the story, this seems more like the story. What did I do? Dog. Well, you told me to take a break, so now I'm not going to. Was it offer Jin gift so wonderful to Jin? Whatever. I definitely didn't read that right. Horrible gift. We've already read all this. Thank you for 300 Geo. Does Jin dream? What purpose? Mine. To serve. Enough? I don't know, Jin. I do not know. 5,000 Geo, and nothing to spend it on. Hello, ghost. I wonder where Zote comes from, now I think about it. She's like a Pokemon constantly saying their name. True. Where am I going? Hello, ghost. Hornet, speech blurred. Bubble. Where to go? 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 Get the dash. Yeah, you right. But I'm also trying to do as many side things as possible just to see how far I can sequence break stuff. Matter of fact, because I just thought about that, I'm going to walk. Yes, walk all the way over to No Eyes, and no, I'm not. I'm not doing that. I cannot. I refuse to. I went way too long without the dash. It's the frickin' bet. There she is! It's John Silksong! We need to talk to her to get the release date for Silksong. Faster! Come no closer, ghost. I've seen you, creeping through the undergrowth, stalking me. This old kingdom, a terrible thing awakens. I can smell it in the air. I know what you are. I know what you tried to do. I can't allow it. That's a lag spike I just got on my end. Droshikalimo. True. Look at this Silksong footage. We're gonna be able to do this. Directional dodges? Only pity for your cursed kind. Love her voice so much. I saw a VA signature on the fan games. Hold on. Ah! I might just have to take the risk and... Never mind. Too weak, little ghost. I was hoping I could get away with it. She literally says only pity for your cursed kind. You're still telling me she does not resent the vessels at least a little bit? Yeah, but we just meet her. She has to go through her character development, alright? Let her character... Oh, Lord Jesus. Character develop Mize. Ah! Alright, Hornet, a little mercy for my cursed kind, alright? And bop. That's how it works. You were saying as if she never hated them. I never said that. I was speaking present tense. I mean, you know, as in silksong Hornet. Oh no, I swear to God. They say I'm an a bare minimum A-tier rage baiter. Did you know that? And it goes higher. Taking the Mothwing cloak, press R2 to dash. Use the cloak to dash quickly along the ground or through the air. Yay, T-Zone unlocked. Oh, is that the trigger for T-Zone? Here we go, second time meeting the Dreamers. Would it seek to break the seal? They cannot be undone. They must be undone. Let us sleep, little shadow. Return to your darkness. Allow us our peace. So that means we need to go to... Oh, shit. Oh, I left Green Path. I don't know if Coral will be there anymore. I forgot. Oh, no. Ah. We might have a problem. Uh-oh. I just remembered after... Hilarious. Woo! We're good. Coral's Tiso, opposite when you think about it. True. Hornet. Skilled protector of Hollowness Ruins. Wields a needle and thread. They're both seen in different places on the map. One of them is really mean, the other one is kind. True.
Nah, me no biz.
Oh, hello there. No one make the joke, even though I was about to, I had to stop myself from doing it. Seems we both treaded far from the path. Oh, God! Well, I don't know if we'll see him in Crystal Peaks now. I forgot. Jesus. I can hardly believe these dusty old highways led to such a lush and lively place. This building suggests some form of worship, though its idol has... They're also in the Blue Lake at the same time. You know, this place is awesome. You know, this place sucks. Yeah, both of them say that, don't they? I remember making a whole post about it. Though its idol has clearly been long forgotten. Would it be doubles equally as well as a moment's respite? Oh. Quarrel talks weird sometimes. Like, I made a list of their similarities and differences. doubles equally as well for a moment's respite.
Manamatu churo namen.
I saw a strange fellow out there. He seemed quite taken by the lake. I planned to offer greetings, though I figured I'd first tend to my nail on chance where our meeting goes poorly. He doesn't talk weird, you just can't read, and you can't type! How about that?
Manamatu churo namen.
Your nail looks like a fine instrument, but it's showing signs of wear. I'd wager there would hold up. I'd wager up there it would take you far. Christ. Typing well today, give me some credit. Maybe. I'd wager up there it would take you far. Down here, however, I suspect you'll soon meet dangers the surface world can't match. Hollowness is perfect for vigilant explorers like us, so tense and thrilling. In this place, you're either alert or you're dead. And bop. That lake, a revered presence what slept deep within. Did it? What would make me think such a thing? So, if we get the Dream Nail earlier, we get more insight on, Quarrel's character. And how, he'll just suddenly randomly think about certain things in relation to the area without realizing that, oh, I've been here before. I know why I'm thinking these things. Ow. Where's that thing? Nowhere close. He got knighted. It's so nice to be able to move this fast. Now where to go? We could go up there and get a boulder shell. Oh, well, we have to go around because the gate's closed. God damn it. Oh, journal entry updated. First one. Moss Creeper.
I used to think these things were merely...
What is that word? Abliming plants? Shockingly enough, I think I said it right first try. Abliming. Or amble. No. I'm questioning myself, someone help! I should probably take a break, but I'm not going to because Kiki said so. Kiki said I should take a break, so I'm not going to. I'm starving. See, look what you did, Kiki. I got this. I used to think these things were merely... ambling! I got it! My brain worked. No, you shut up. How about that? How about you shut up, Kiki? How about how you like them apples? Ambling plants. Alright, my brain is racked and voice acting initiated.
I used to think these things were merely ambling plants. When I learned they were actually living creatures, I began to kill them on sight. This is the nature of the hunt.
Hunta ma hunt. I gave my voices messed up. That was a little bit too much of the last stag. What is the fastest way there, actually? This thing respawns, right? If so, it would already help to put progress towards the life seed thing. Oh. Oh wait, had to go all the way around. I was hoping I could parry it. The fact that you lived that long honestly offends me. You are less than nothing. Any Ultra Kill fans in the chat? Wrong direction. No, right direction. I just cannot use Mantis Claw because I do not have it. Played it for 4 minutes. Does that count? I don't know. Honestly, I'm starting to think I genuinely went overboard with all this geo. Okay. Now we just need to... Alright, one more? No, two more. One more. I remember when this place was a threat to my life.
Bruma. Younger hunters delight in catching these creatures, rolling them around for sport. I encourage you to indulge yourself if the fancy strikes you.
Will the fancy strike us, chat? Builder shill. Balder shell protects this bear with a hard shell while focusing soul. The shell is not indestructible and will shatter if it absorbs too much damage. Well, why does that not work for the regular boulders? The grub's up there, but we have no mantis claw, so we cannot climb. No map of this area because it is Howling Cliffs. Where did I just go? Good enough. I was about to say, if that hits me after I traveled all that way. I should not have done that. Okay, where is... right there. Or the Lake of Un. Yeah, I can't. I'm not even going to bother skipping that. I know what it is too. It's just a city crest, I believe. I do not remember if I can use dash now to get somewhere over here. Sure can. Glad I checked. Yeah, you are not living. Of course. Chat, why did you let me go so long without getting Mothwing Cloak? Chat, we could have been moving like this the entire time, and none of you said anything. This is your fault, chat. I'm not your mom. Fair enough. Think of it yourself. Maybe. Thurns of Egony. That's how it's spelled. Definitely. Senses the pain of its bearer and lashes out at the world around it. When taking damage, sprouts thorny vines that damage nearby foes. Nice. Where do I go? I guess down. There's only a real place left. Ah! This room, great. I was concerned for that very same reason. Thank you, Fool's Trap, for being free soul. Another journal update log thing. Hunter's journal, where is it? Obble.
Does it realize what a nuisance it is? Drifting around, spitting its noxious juices everywhere it goes. If you see any, make sure to kill them.
I don't think the hunter guy likes them. I'm gonna be honest, chat. I do not think he likes them very much. Map updated. What? Sure, whatever. Oh, wait, I know what it was. How many charm notches is Thorns of Agony? 1. Might as well. Better than nothing. New journal entry. Gulak. That's definitely how it said. No. Gulk. Gulka. Gulka. There we go. Well, actually, I could grind this one right now. It's just 14. There's a bench right there. Aggressive plant light that retracts protectively when danger's near. Spits hard, spiky balls when foes are at a distance. In other words, hyper annoying.
Tired. Lost.
I think they're tired and lost, so I'm not sure, chat. All right, let's go into No Eyes place. Lost Sanctuary. Huh. Funny. You definitely have some. Nope. None of these guys have Dreamnail dialogue. Ow. Oh, hi. I have navigated this place blind several times, I will say. I forgot that there was birds in there. Well, I got to leave the room, go out, and kill them. And that's that one done. Mask fly.
They all keep lookout for danger, and when one flies, the rest do as well. I wonder how it feels to have the protection of a pack.
I think the hunter is lonely. I'm not sure. This place is also one of a few areas in the game that's completely silent.
My child, can you still see? Please don't hurt me. Can't sleep with your eyes open, little one. Can't dream if you're still breathing, little one. Precious child, you speak such loathsome things as you sleep. Your claws scratch and scrape. Precious child, a mother has come for us in the dark. Will you sing for me?
Why does No Eyes have hair? It makes me uncomfortable. Well, in a way, all insects have hair. In a way. Like tarantulas are hairy. But admittedly, I have no idea what kind of insect No Eyes is supposed to be. I was hoping I could find a way to beat that. Yeah, but not that long. Yeah, true. Ow. Oh god, I'm getting flashbacks. I died to No Eyes once on one of my, Steel Soul runs. One of my earliest ones. Guess why? It's almost like you're seeing it right now. Jesus. You know what? At a certain point, I will sit here for as long as it takes. I'll wait for her to come to me. I'm not taking the chance. Because I'm getting her low. Because of that, she is... Oh god. If I get one mask, I'm just going to quit out. I do not care. I'm not taking a chance. Of course. In hindsight, now that I remember it, one of my playthroughs, I fought her in complete darkness. Like, there was nothing. I didn't have the lamp, so... Do not ask me how I did it. And clearly I never wanted to do it again, because I have a Lumify lamp now. And now she's refusing to spawn near me. She's up there. What? Oh, you suck. And I just lost those two hard-fought masks. How are you still alive? I know my nail is weak, but still. There we go. Jesus. No eyes. Lingering dream of a fallen warrior disappearing during the plague. They're coming. What's inside of you? Just scrape it out. No eyes. So, one by one, their eyes closed at last. I felt it. A warm stillness fell over us. I'm sorry. I was frightened. I was frightened of you. You were always you were. Christ, why am I having such a hard time? My shoulder's hurting for some random reason. You were always protecting us, even when we couldn't see you. Take us there, please. A place where light cannot haunt us. A place without dreams, please. So, as I understand it, need to take a break, please. No, you keep telling me to take a break. A face carved from stone. As I understand it, No Eyes, out of all the dreamers for the Kickstarter that made her, gave her the deepest and most messed up, like, origin, if you will. Like, the story was, because of the plague, No Eyes freaked out, and she had, like, a bunch of kids, her own kids. And in order to try and avoid the plague, she gouged out their eyes and her eyes. And eventually they died, and I do not remember of what specifically. But that is at least what the Kickstarter proposed, but if I recall correctly, Team Cherry changed it somewhat because they said it was just too dark. Ow. I am not taking the chance, go away. Okay. Too dark in a game where they tossed a bunch of kids in a dark pit. Yeah, what's funny is I actually think I'm downplaying what the Kickstarter writer wrote initially, because I do not remember the specifics. I know it was just mega messed up, whatever that Kickstarter wrote, and then teacher was like, I'm not sure. I don't know if it would fit the tone of the game. So I do not even remember properly what exactly was written. But it made Team Cherry go... I remember what it was. Team Cherry said it was one of the darkest pieces of fiction they had ever read at that point in their lives. That's how messed up what the Kickstarter wrote for No Eyes was. Because it was not just like a quick... It was like a full origin story, if you will. Massive Moss Charger. Massive Marsh Charger, family of creatures that have learnt to bulk up with moss and live as one. It can't be that bad. It can't, I don't believe it. I'm just going off of what I remember.
There is strength in numbers, yes, but these creatures never had much strength to begin with. Cut through their trickery.
Nice. Shit. Oh my god. Hold on. Jesus. Those things could be actually just... not just annoying, but infuriating. That's where I came from. That was close. I cannot exactly get soul from these guys. Yeah, no. I had to mark a few places, so... I have to put a marker here for those guys, and then a marker where I am. And at a certain point, when we're more equipped, we have to go back and kill these guys, and then the ones above. That's unfortunate. Money. Is there anything else around here? Anything reachable, actually? I remember when I first played the game and I had such a hard time doing this. And then I did the Path of Pain. End of sentence. Further explanation would be not only just not necessary, but anyone who's ever played this game understands exactly where I'm coming from. I'm just going to warp out because I'm far too lazy to walk. Oh wait, I also have to... where's the map? Remove. All those red ones are for enemies we have to come back and kill because we lack the means to do that as of right now. 6,000 geo, by the way. Have not seen a lick of Queen's Garden. That's actually very good placement for those. Let's go back up there, kill all of them. And just... what I would do in a normal playthrough is I would unironically just, like, stay in a specific area. Like, at this point, I would have gone back to Forgotten Crossroads and killed the remainder of the enemies I have to, you know, clean up for these journal entries. That's what I would have done. And same for Green Path. I would have waited, or not waited, I would have killed everything I needed to kill in here. Which I still could, because it is not like I'm missing a lot. 4 moss chargers. 2 of these. And then I guess I could have also done the same with the Crystal Peaks. The 3 Crystal Peak enemies that we faced so far. Okay, but as much as I want to do that, I think I'm just going to go down into the first part of Fog Canyon, and then in Queen's Gardens. Or not Queen's Gardens, Queen's Station. There's 2 more on that. Oh yeah, I have to make... God, another marker already. Actually, how much soul... No, I do not have enough soul. The only thing I could do is... Because I'm not sure how many hits it actually takes to... Not with my nail, as it is. I'll just put one there. Like I said, I'd rather not take the chance. This is permadeath. Fog Canyon. 2 new journal entries. Uma, whatever. Smallest jellyfish form Passive and unaware, but pulses with a dangerous electric charge. Ooma. Passive outer being protecting an aggressive explosive core. Huh. That's interesting. It's technically 2 beings then, huh? Cornifer, why must you mock me so? Let me in! Let me in! We cannot enter. Ow. I do not know why I did that. I should have just vengeful spirited it. Say that 5 times fast. At least I'll be loaded by the time I get to Leg Eater, so that way it will not be as much of a scam. But, ow. Still a scam regardless. Let's hope I could get away with that. Well, what's it called there actually helped me a lot. Thorns of Agony. Over here is death. Queen's Garden, I was right. I did remember correctly. But we cannot enter it. Properly, at least. I do not believe. Mossfly, winged weakling that covers itself in leaves to appear larger, hides amongst the undergrowth, flees if predators draw near. Damn. Winged weakling is crazy. So, Abyss Shriek is behind that wall, if I recall correctly, but we cannot get to it. We have to climb up here. Let's get this lifeblood cocoon, as well as a what's it called? I forget. Hollow seal. Lost. Lost. I think they're lost. I'm not very sure. No MIP. I love the way I called that place death and I did it damageless, going into and out of it. I believe that is everything we could do here for now. Because this just takes us to, yes, Cornifer's room. Already? We just got here. Where is it?
The spirit of a dead ancestor, the brain of a large creature, allows it to drift free. An egg searching for a safe place to spawn. I have no idea what this is.
You remember what you were saying earlier? Kiki? Ooh. Essence. About how some of the lines of dialogue for some of the Hunter's Journal entries are really funny. I think that's one such case. double kill. What is over here? Ah, yes, Queen's Garden proper. Well, I know I killed you too. Well, that's a problem. Another journal entry immediately.
Ghastly, eerie creatures. A creature made out of thick liquid. You can peer right through them and can't see where they keep their thoughts. I don't trust them at all. Keep away.
Can't see where they keep their thoughts. Did I read that right? Peer right through them and can't see where they keep their thoughts. That is an interesting way to view whatever these things are. Uh-oh. When next to return to that delightful spa, the waters ease the tension in my shell.
Oh, Bakura Finello.
Hello there, dearie. I was about to close up shop and run, till you came along. I provide a banking service if you're interested. Losing one's geo is a terrible thing, and it's so much more likely if you carry it about on yourself. My vault is much more secure. In all my time as a banker, I have never lost a single geo. Maybe you'd consider opening an account?
Sure. You got, what do you think, chat? Is this a scam person? I don't think so. I think they're a very trustworthy individual, right, chat?
You're a smart one. Next time some dreadful beastie gets the best of you, you'll be glad to know your geo's safe within my shell. Vaults. Now let's do some banking.
Deposit.
Gio Kalala.
Goodbye then. Stay safe.
Actually, did I explode a full place? Yes. Get me out of this place with no map. Cordifer!
Goa. Noodle
Isn't
Island.
this something? I'd not expect to discover such a huge stag station after that foggy descent. The bugs of hollowness must have been an impressive lot. Oh, I'm hearing the ambient sound. I thought I heard like a bell or something outside. Building such grand structures. I'm mixing up all my voices, Jesus. How do chorals go again? Building such grand structures so far into these wilds. Seems the dangerous creatures about haven't yet made their way in here. It's the perfect place for a quick rest.
Nah, me no biz.
Can you imagine this place in its time? Hordes of bugs traveling about the kingdom, stag bells ringing, the stations bustling with activity and light. Now only our like even know it exists. It's a special thing, I suppose, to cherish these sites even in their decay. Is it that, just faintly, you can hear the echoes of the bell? Even those great stags bow to the Hollowness King, or to Hollowness King. What devotion he must have inspired. Devotion or fear? I wish I could get that, but I need Mantis Claw. And I'm pissed.
So I open up Queen Station. Quirrell gives me a chance to, Quirrell, give me a chance, please. Wow. We got some desperate fellers in the chat.
This gladdens me. The Queen Station has been open once more. This place was a bustling hub of travel, well paced for travelers visiting the outer edges of the land. You're quite the explorer to find this place.
I think we made him happy that we unlocked this place. I'm not quite sure. This place was bustling. Bussing, wow. Hear me out, the chatter says. What to do? I guess I can venture out just a little further to get the map. Then I have to start going back some places. I said it to Quirrell. Yeah, no. Not the stag. Even still. Fully grown fungal balloon. Spits built up internal gas at aggressors. Brother, I just walked past you. Ow. What do you mean? Yeah, no. What do you mean he was still? He's the perfect man. No, I'm just saying chat is desperate for any and anything. Let's be honest. Passive fungal balloon. Internal gases cause it to float. You do not say. It's almost like I guessed that. You... Brother got cooked by thorns of agony. These guys. Chat, one singular person. Still. You know for a fact if there was more people in here, they all would have said the same thing as you. Equally as down bad as each other. That was the dumbest thing I've ever did. I could have saved Crow. He didn't have to kill himself. I don't think he killed himself. I think he just literally was so old that his body turned to dust the second he took off Lorian's mask. If we're to be realistic, because we have... If he was around when the kingdom was alive and well, buddy, how old is he? Fight me, I'm not the most down bad. Maybe not, but still. Okay, that's one nuisance out of the way. He doesn't look that old, I don't believe it. Grr. He was around in the kingdom's prime. What do you mean, not that old? Buddy would have been ancient at least. Older than Hornet. I said no, I am... I'm the most down bad. You read it wrong. I tried giving you the benefit of the doubt in my own brain without realizing it. You're still fighting against yourself. Ah! If Hornet's so old, how is she still? She's the daughter of the king, a literal deity. Ow. I'd expect her to be borderline immortal. I take pride in it. Holiday seal. Sporg. Deceptive, nearly, detects nearby movement, sorry, and fires out explosive spores that drift towards their target. Well, that sucks. I'd give Quirrell a better mask then. better than the one that was keeping him immortal? Fungified husks, the remains of a bug consumed by fungus, frequently releases clouds of thick, deadly gas. Yeah, I'm sensing a theme here. And no map! I'm pissed. Need to talk to Cornifer. I'd do anything for Quarrel. At least down bad chatter. You simply don't get it. Yeah, probably not. Ah, my short friend. You caught me at a perfect time. I'd just about finished charting these noxious caverns. Very territorial types make their home within this area. I'd suggest avoiding them where possible. You have no love nor passion. You will never understand. Fair enough. Further beyond, some strange thin creatures gave me quite a scare. They seemed an intelligent bunch. In my youth, I'd brave their caves, but I fear my matured physique wouldn't be able to outrun them were they to turn violent. Mip. You read like it's your first time seeing words, it cracks me up. Well, you type like it's your first time writing words, and you're down bad for insects. How about that, Buster? It's like I'm reading a first grader learn to read. That's how it is. Most kind chatter. To chart the world, what a joy! If only Iselda could share the thrill. You also got to think, I'm voice acting and reading an infamously hard to read font. I'm being nerfed 6 times over, buddy. And I have a speech impediment. I think I'm doing a damn fine job, I'll be honest. You stopped right as... Okay, thank you. I type really fast and... well, you're stuck on, like, very few typos I make. No. 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 Or something. Down bad for insects. Yeah, that's what's wrong. What's wrong with that, buddy? I think you answered your own question. Simple-minded crawling fungus. Its cap is covered in a layer of hardened spikes. Well, how about no? Makes my life harder. What is up there? Because I can go up there a bit. I'm not going to go... Actually, I should go further down. The stream is just me arguing with another chatter and you. Well, whose fault is that? At a certain point we have to, pattern of recognition. There's always a common person at the center of these issues. I'm throwing hands at every... See, he admits it. Officer, he's right there. Get him. We cannot go further from this direction. Frodo's mad, Azrad, not me, okay? Right. Right, he said with more typos. Bro's just upset Azrad... Bro's just upset over Azrad. That what was my fault, Cap? I'm sure if I think hard enough, I can think about how it's your fault. Five-hour stream. Good God, I might break my record. They literally admitted to it. It was the but it was the Turkish, so you didn't see it. Cap. Lies, lies and slander. Slanderous lies. Pointing out typos that didn't even exist. Can you make your rage bait a little less obvious? I'm going to get you. Right. Right. Typos that don't exist. Sure, Buster. We all believe you. When I get you unknown, when I get you. Typos, immediately. I do not have soul. See that? That is a typo. See another one. Bro's admitting to his crimes in 4K. Uh-oh. I need more soul. Make fun of that instead. No. I'm going to rage bait my own chatters. Like every good streamer. And my sister! I don't know if anyone got that reference, probably not. My mother. Oh, that thing is accurate and fast. Faster than I remember. Are you serious? Oh, you suck to hit, I could tell. There we go. Okay. Accept my mistakes and fix them. Then, I'm at peace with the world. Chatter. Plural. Still only one person saying anything in the chat. Shut up, chat! This is why I don't give chat nice things. Or anything at all, really. Wah! 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 You're so mean to me. I'm mean to all my chatters equally. Fungal creature that attacks intruders to protect its young. I see no young. This thing was schizophrenic. I've been watching your streams for so long and this is how you treat me? Waluigi mushroom. True.
Wah! Waluigi. Wario.
Look at these little goobers, like killing all of them. Shroomling. Young fungal creature spends most of its time in the ground, but can uproot and flee if necessary. Shroom warrior. I just read that. I thought I got a new one.
Wah!
Oh, please. Shroomling goat, true. Why is there two? It's like one of these rooms, there's something in the roof. I do not remember where.
Wah! Wah!
Love those things. These little goobers running around, so they are. Well, good thing is, so far we have not had to mark down anywhere. There's more roof, probably. It's in this room. I believe, oh, well, now I have to circle back around all the way. Right up there is where it is, but I cannot reach it. We've seen the first Mantis Gate, though, and we're about to have a first boss fight in a very long time. Ow. We crush. Oh god. Why is there two? Oh, Lord have. Oh, no. No. I don't care if there's like a bench 6 years away from this. I'm not taking that chance. At least I know where I'm going now, I have a better idea of it. Not AM, Jesus. Yep, stream's buffering. Maybe that's a sign. Fellers? Is the stream surviving? Uh-oh. Well, I will take that as a sign. I'll take that as a sign. Unironically, as I was about to say, I'm going to end stream it balanced out. I'll take that as a sign. I probably should end stream. Cause oh, I see it raining. Can you please take a? I'll take more than a break. It started raining, so I think I'm going to have no choice but to end stream. Can you please talk to T? Oh yeah, I'll do that. That's fair. Yeah, you're right. He shows up initially in the Forgotten Crossroads stag, right? Not here. Where is he? Oh wait, yeah, the well. Then he goes down.